over and we quite
That's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Love that energy. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Morning, everyone. Welcome to the February 25th Natural Resources Board meeting. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Robin Schmidt, and I'm humbled and honored to be serving for this year as the new chair of the Natural Resources Board, and appreciate all the work that Bill has done and the mentorship that he has done to get us moving forward in the past. Please join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America,
I now call our hybrid in-person and online meeting to the Wisconsin Natural Resources Board to order. Board members Rachel Baressa and Doug Cox will be joining us virtually. I see Rachel. Morning, Rachel. And I'm assuming Doug is on as well. I have a few reminders and introductory comments following Bill's tradition before we go to the agenda. For those of you who are here in person, please silence your phones and other devices that may interrupt the meeting and try to minimize background noise. For those presenting online, we'll try to remember that there's a few second delay in the broadcast and pause periodically so that you're able to participate in the discussion. Also, please remember to keep your sound muted and video off until it's your time to present or comment, an exception for Rachel and Doug. The Natural Resource Board meetings are televised live via YouTube and are recorded and available on the DNR website under Natural Resources Board Brief of Action. We welcome and thank all viewers for joining us today. For over 50 years, direct public involvement and open, accessible meetings are the foundation for how this board has and continues to operate. Our Natural Resources Board discussions and decision-making are transparent to all. The public can participate by submitting written comments prior to the meeting, speaking for up to 3 minutes, either in person or online at the meeting, or both. Before we start with the agenda, I want to extend a few thank yous. I want to thank Secretary Karen Young and your leadership team for the support you provide to the board and your commitment to enhance collaboration between the department, the board, and the citizens that we serve. Thanks to our issue presenters, the behind-the-scenes IT staff, the Office of Communications, General Counsel, our law enforcement officers, our Conservation Congress liaison, and all the support staff who make the meetings possible. Your work is critical, your time is valuable, and your expertise is appreciated and respected. Special thanks and recognition to our Natural Resource Board liaison, Ashley Bistel. Ashley uses her outstanding organizational and communication skills to provide the highest quality administrative and logistical support to the board, and she's your primary contact for communications with the board. Thank you very much, Ashley. We really appreciate all you do. Lastly, I want to thank all the DNR employees, citizen volunteers, tribal partners, and conservation patrons for your commitment and tireless work to protect and enhance our natural resources for our and future generations to come. Are there any questions at this point from the board? All right. Ashley, would you like to call the roll, please?
Sure. Doug Cox,
Here.
Deb Dassow,
Present.
Jeff Hastings,
Present.
Patty Schachner,
Present.
Bill Smith,
Present.
Rachel Baressa,
Present.
and Robin Schmidt.
Present. All right. Well, we have a quorum. So the next item is Secretary's remarks. Secretary Young.
Great. Thanks a lot, Robin.
And I also wanted to just reiterate my thanks for Bill for his service and Robin and Rachel and Patty for stepping up into these roles. Super important. And we just really appreciate your leadership and the work here. As usual, I was going to kind of go into a little bit what I've been working on. The biggest thing over the last month has been around some PFAS legislation that our team has been working on with the legislature, but we've been working with Senator Wimberger and Representative Mursaw and more recently Speaker Voss on a narrow set of exemptions to the spills law to allow the release of the PFAS trust fund money, which is now $132 million for grant programs that'll go to municipalities and others to really do the work that needs to be done to prevent to understand the extent and exposure of PFAS contamination on the landscape and to get people clean drinking water, which has been always our intent. The Assembly on Friday night passed as their parting votes both a policy and appropriations bill that was unanimously adopted by that chamber, and we're looking for Senate action in mid-March. So we're hopeful and fingers crossed that we can get that over the finish line. So great news in progress there. On the partner side of the work, I've been meeting with lots of different folks. I got to speak at the AFL-CIO construction trades meeting. I went to the Glitzy board meeting and attended State of the Tribes, where Chairwoman Boyd gave a really wonderful speech and recommend listening to it if you didn't get a chance to. I attended the Wisconsin Cheesemakers meeting and the Wisconsin Arbor Association meeting, which was really quite amazing. There was like 1,000 people in this conference room in Green Bay who are all in the arbor trade, so it was pretty amazing. And then last week, I got to go witness the sturgeon spearing that was happening on Lake Winnebago, which was really cool. I went out with our warden and some of our staff, and in a feat of luck, we entered one of the shacks out there, and there were 2 Conservation Congress delegates in there, which was amazing. And it was totally by chance, but got to talk to them and see kind of the really neat setup that they had and the spearing that they were doing. So obviously that season was pretty short, just given that we reached quotas pretty quickly, but the weather was really nice, and I think people really enjoyed themselves. And then I've been just doing a bunch of employee engagement around the various all hands and awards that our divisions and programs give out to just recognize staff and just really appreciate the work our staff does day in and day out to keep our mission going. And I'll turn it back to you, Robin.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is approval of the agenda for today, February 25th, 2026. Are there any changes to the agenda? Would someone like to move approval?
So moved.
Patty moves approval. Is there a second?
Second.
I heard Bill first. That's that time delay thing. Seconded by Bill. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I'm going to have to work on that timing delay thing. I can tell already that I need to leave a little more time for our friends in the audience here. All right, so that is approved. Item 2 on the agenda is the consent agenda, and I'll just read these items. A, approval of the brief of action from January 28th, 2026. B, request that the board authorize a preliminary public hearing and comment period for the statement of scope for FH-21-25E and FH-22-25 for proposed rules affecting chapters NR 20 and 40 related to changes to the bag and possession limit for round goby on Lake Winnebago system area waters and possession and bag limit for other detrimental species on other waters of the state. And Kari Lee Zimmerman, Fisheries Regulation and Policy Specialist, is the staff on this. I note that this item was moved from item 4E scope statement due to a request for a public hearing as part of our rulemaking process. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Rachel moves. Is there a second?
A second.
Jeff seconds. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Consent agenda is approved. All right, we'll move on to item 4, action items. 4A, request that the board adopt FWP-22-24 proposed rules affecting chapters NR1 and NR45 related to minor changes to DNR property management regulations, the 2025 Property Management Housekeeping Rule. Meredith Penthorn, Fish, Wildlife, and Parks Policy Specialist. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Schmidt, members of the board, and Secretary Hyun. My name is Meredith Penthorn, and today we are requesting adoption of our final rule for our DNR property management housekeeping regulations. So in brief, this rule makes minor and remedial changes to DNR property management regulations, things along the line of clarifying provisions, reducing inconsistencies, removing obsolete provisions, and overall reorganizing certain provisions in, namely Chapter NR 45 of Administrative Code, and improving overall drafting style. We do not anticipate any economic impacts as a result of these rule changes, and also these rule changes are not intended to make substantive changes to existing policy. We did just recently complete a more major evaluation of Chapter NR 45 and associated chapters, which was implemented in 2024. So getting into some of the main inclusions in this rule package, first of all, we are aiming to codify the department's existing policy on integrated pest management to provide additional transparency on how integrated pest management is used on department lands. We also make some changes to definitions for simplicity and consistency, such as removing unnecessary language from those definitions. And I'll also talk about a set of definitions in particular that are no longer in the rule once we get to the public comment portion of this presentation. This rule also corrects an oversight relating to members of a camping party who should adhere to the same rules and privileges as the registered camper when occupying a property. For example, if there's a camping party that includes members of a registered camper's family, they should also be allowed to use shower buildings on that property and occupy the property overnight in line with the camping regulations. The rule also clarifies that dead vegetation does include dead and down wood found on the property for the purposes of constructing hunting blinds. And finally, the rule makes a variety of very minor changes, such as alphabetizing the fee list, addressing unnecessary language throughout Chapter NR 45, correcting drafting style, updating property names and geographic points of reference, and then a few language changes for consistency, such as changing permitted to allowed to reflect activities that do not require a written permit, and changing property superintendent to department for consistency. Getting into the public input, this was a rather interesting aspect of the rule. The rule did previously contain a suite of new climbing-related definitions based on a request to be a little more explicit and clear in definitions relating to climbing activities. There is a general definition of climbing activity in Administrative Code currently, but this would more specifically define rock climbing, ice climbing, and bouldering. However, those definitions were removed from the rule because in conjunction with existing rule provisions relating to climbing activities, there was an interpretation that bouldering, a type of climbing activity, would be restricted in certain areas. This was not the intent of a housekeeping rule. So again, those definitions were removed from the rule that's before you today. We received over 900 written comments and 9 public appearances at the public hearing for this rule. That is a lot of input for a housekeeping rule. So obviously didn't quite meet the mark with the proposed definitions. The department has been in conversation with the Wisconsin Climbers Association throughout the duration of this rule process, and especially following the public hearing. Those conversations are ongoing and aim to arrive at mutually beneficial outcomes relating to climbing activities on department lands. And also, this is not the final opportunity to incorporate new definitions into Administrative Code. We will, at some point down the road, be looking at another substantive rule package for property management regulations, so more holistic updates to climbing definitions and associated provisions could be evaluated at that time. Finally, we did receive two remaining written comments that were not on topics included in this housekeeping rule relating to generator use and access to a certain lake. So both of those comments were forwarded to program staff for consideration, and they could look at potential solutions down the road on those. And again, we're asking for adoption of this rule at this time, and I'd be happy to take any questions you may have.
I would note that we have no public speakers for this item, and I did want to note that we did receive a number of written comments. So appreciate those people who took the time to send us their thoughts. Are there questions from the board? Bill?
I have one very brief one that's not on the core of the decision here today, but it has to do with the public comments that came in. We got another comment on generator use and noise. And the board has gotten previous comments on that, and they've been very compelling. People are concerned about the quality of their experience when they're exposed to a lot of noise in the campgrounds. And I think it's an issue that needs to be dealt with. I know the program's interested in doing something in the future, but I just wanted to comment and reinforce that today. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks. We'll definitely be considering that moving forward. We have a few resources already available. We took note of some concerns emerging during the last rule package and have options for looking at it again in the future.
Other questions? Give online folks a minute. Y'all okay? All right. Do I have a motion to approve this rule?
I'll move approval.
Bill moves. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Patty seconds. Any further questions or discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Right, that rule is adopted. Motion is approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item, thank you, Meredith. The next item is B, request that the board adopt Board Order WM-06-25, proposed rules affecting chapters NR 10, 11, 12, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 45 related to the 2025 Wildlife Management Housekeeping Rule. And Scott Carroll, our Wildlife Regulation Policy Specialist, is going to tell us more.
Thank you, Chair Schmidt, Secretary Young, members of the board. So we are here today to seek adoption of WM 0625, which is our housekeeping rule. We're at the final adoption of the rule phase. We did have scope approval from the board in August NRB. And we're now here seeking for this phase before we go on to governor approval, should this rule be approved by the board. So this is a semi-regular effort in wildlife. We administer quite a few sections of code, and despite our best efforts, we write things that we think are clear, and sometimes people get back to us and say, hey, this isn't as clear as we thought. We also have updates needed because of statutory language, just outdated language in general, and then providing that clarification when needed. So that's what this rule essentially does. It's a lot of small pieces that are non-substantive in nature that we build into one big rule when we have enough that we feel like we can move forward with. And as I did mention, the scope was approved at August board. We had an open public comment period where we had one. It was the Legislative Reference Bureau was the only one to provide comment because they had caught something that was inadvertently deleted in another rule. So we felt like this would be the appropriate place to put this back in. So that was the only comment we received during the public comment period. Just some highlights of the rules. I mentioned these are really non-substantive in nature, non-controversial in nature, but I thought I'd just highlight a few things. Our code had specified that a jaw trap had to be with a steel jaw trap so that anything manufactured and other than steel wouldn't be allowed under the rule. That was just because at that time nothing was manufactured in anything but steel, but we don't really care what it's manufactured in. We just care that it meets the other specifications. So we would allow those types of traps during a regulated trapping season. So this one's a little bit of a mouthful, but I'll explain. We accompanied what it means to prohibit harvesting a bear that is accompanied by a bear that is not an adult. Now, what that just means is you can't kill or harvest a bear that is accompanied by a cub during the harvest season. So we thought that was clear enough, but we've got feedback from our law enforcement staff that it wasn't. So we wrote a definition of what that meant in the code. We also simplified the requirements for applying for the 9-day disabled deer hunt. We used to ask for things like the actual property description, so like the meets and bounds of the property that's going to be enrolled in the hunt. We don't need that anymore. Just clarifying that they can apply online, getting the customer ID versus the name and address of the people participating in the hunt. So making it simpler for people who want to participate in both aspects of having their property enrolled, and then people want to participate in the hunt itself. And then finally, we clarified the application requirements for a scientific collector's permit and scientific research license. Those are things established in statute. We had kind of set them out in policy, and what we had heard feedback was that these need to be administrative code. So we just took our policy and established it in code. So it'd be things like how long a permit is valid, what useful scientific knowledge is, which is kind of a requirement in statute, and then when a permit can be denied. So we just moved that from policy into code. And that's the rule in a nutshell. There's lots of other things that are just really minor that I won't go into because there's probably about 20, 30 of them. But if you have any questions on any of the aspects of the rule, I'd be happy to answer it.
Thank you. We have no public speakers for this item. Are there questions from the board? Do I have a motion to move approval for the adoption of this board order?
I'll make that motion, Madam Chair, move for adoption.
Thank you, Doug. Moved by Doug. Is there a second?
Second, Deb?
Second by Deb. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 All right.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Any opposed? All right, thank you. Motion passes and the rule is adopted.
Thank you.
Thanks, Scott. Right, the next item is item C, requesting that the board adopt Board Order NH-04-25, proposed rules affecting Chapter NR 16, 19, 21, 22, and 45 related to amphibian and reptile regulations. And Rory Poloski is our herpetologist in the Bureau of Natural Heritage Conservation. Welcome. Rory.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Chair Schmidt, Secretary Young, members of the board. I am here today. My name again is Rory Pulaski. I'm a conservation biologist specializing in amphibians and reptiles within the Natural Heritage Conservation Program. And I'm here today to request adoption of Rule NH-04-25. So we previously were at the board in October to request approval of the scope statement, and now again are requesting approval of the final draft rule. And these updates apply to amphibian and reptile regulations throughout Wisconsin. And why are we proposing these at this time? One of the primary reasons is clarity for the rules. We've heard from a lot of conservation wardens, from biologists throughout the state, and from the public that there's difficulty interpreting the regulations and that there could be a lot more clarity within the regulations. These rules were last updated in about the 1990s, so it's been about 30 years. A lot of things have changed in a variety of ways since then. Additionally, I think it's important to point out that amphibians and reptiles are currently the only native vertebrate taxigroup in Wisconsin that can be collected from the wild and possessed. So if you have, a mallard you see outside, you can't just collect that and bring that in and keep that as a pet. And currently that is the case for most amphibians and reptiles in Wisconsin. The last item then that I think is really important to point out that is different from the 1990s is a lot of the emerging diseases that exist for amphibians and reptiles on the landscape. These are typically invasive diseases that have come from other parts of the world. A lot of these weren't identified, described in the 1990s, maybe didn't exist in the 1990s. So things with diseases are a lot different. There's a lot of pieces to these regulations. The changes and the regulations themselves are in a lot of different chapters. So I've divided this into 4 slides looking at generally 4 different codes or areas of code where we're making the changes. So the first comes under NR 12, which is nuisance animals. And previously there wasn't any specific mention of amphibians or reptiles within the nuisance code. So what we're proposing is to allow residents to live trap and relocate any nuisance amphibian or reptile that is found on their property, provided that they humanely trap the animal and release it alive within a mile. We chose that distance based on the life history habits and knowing that those animals typically wouldn't be able to move more than a mile back to their home area. Secondly, we're allowing residents to have the option to humanely destroy a nuisance animal if it's found in their property, or excuse me, on their property within a building that's devoted to human occupancy or animal husbandry. And that we felt that it was necessary to allow the public that option if they find, for example, a snake in their basement, that they have the authority, the permission to do what they feel is appropriate with that animal. And then third, we're proposing to prohibit the destruction of any amphibian or reptile hibernaculum that's found on a property. By definition, a hibernaculum is an overwintering location. It could be as small as 1 or 2 animals overwintering in that location, which is not a large conservation concern. Our concern is mostly the hibernacula that could be housing dozens, hundreds, even up to 1,000 snakes in particular in an area. So that destruction of that entire hibernaculum in the winter could have profound impacts on populations of common species and even endangered species or rare species that are in that area. Looking at the next area of the regulation updates, captive amphibians and reptiles under NR 16. This is probably the piece that had the most edits. The primary item we're looking at changing here is up until this point for the common species in Wisconsin, individuals were allowed to collect from the wild and possess typically up to 5 individuals of per common species of amphibian and reptile in Wisconsin. So 5 tiger salamanders, 5 leopard frogs, 5 fox snakes, 2 to 5 fox snakes, and then keep those for the life of the animal. So obviously for a turtle, that could be decades. For snakes, that could be decades. And what we're proposing is to allow that collection and possession, but only for a short amount of time. And that would allow, having them for a short amount of time would allow kids to still be able to go out and collect frogs. We want people to do that and enjoy the animals. That would allow, parents to collect animals to show their kids briefly, people to, find a snake and show their friends. We discussed a few different options for how long that time period should be. We went with 24 hours. That was based on advice from some of our wardens. And it also matches the 24-hour clause that if you find an injured animal in Wisconsin, you have 24 hours to get it to a wildlife rehabber. It's important to note we also are including a grandfather clause in there. So if anyone has any of these animals under current regulations as pets, we want people to be able to keep those pets. If they register, they'd be able to keep those animals in depth for the life of the animal. The second item under NR 16 here that we're proposing is to prohibit the use of amphibians and reptiles in races or other contests. So this would typically be frog jumping contests or turtle races. These can have hundreds of animals being in close contact with each other. Disease spread is really one of our main concerns. You have one animal that has a disease and you have, 400 animals that are there. Likely they may all come finish the race and they can be infected pretty quickly. And then lastly, color variant. Under statute in Chapter 169, that statute references color variation and color variance of animals, but doesn't provide a definition for it. And this is probably one of the items that I know myself working with the wardens, the public, where we get the most questions on things. It's really a gray area for the public. And I think everyone's in agreement that we need a definition for this just to have some clarity on what a color variant is, because everyone has a different idea of what a color variant is. So I will go into a little bit on the last slide, a little bit more about this, since we did receive a fair number of public comments on this item. And then I've combined NR 19, 21, and 22 edits. This has to do with the harvest of amphibians and reptiles. I don't believe we have received any public comments during the public comment period or to the board regarding this. We have currently right now, we have regulations for the harvest of snapping turtles or turtles in general. We have certain regulations for the Minnesota-Wisconsin boundary waters, Iowa-Wisconsin boundary waters, and inland waters. And those vary. So we've heard from law enforcement that having, for example, the example here, having a bag limit of 10 on the Mississippi River, but inland waters have 3 can be difficult, because if you're on the Mississippi, You can have a tributary and go just 50, 100 feet up the tributary, right? And all of a sudden your bag limit changes then to 3. So we're proposing to make the bag limit the same across the state at 3. Additionally, with some of the changes to the possession limits for the turtles, we're proposing to prohibit the harvest of all other turtle species. There were still maybe about 5 common species that were allowed for harvest. From what we've heard, and we have had reached out to people, snapping turtle is 95 to 100% of the turtles that are harvested. So we felt like that was addressing concerns. And again, we didn't receive any comments on changing that. Some citizens in the state, residents of the state, do also collect bullfrogs for food. Excuse me, with the changes we're making to the possession limits, that could have changed what they can collect for food for frogs. Bullfrogs are typically the main food source that people would be collecting, the main species. We wanted to allow that to continue. And so we are allowing bullfrogs to still be harvested, and their bag limit, possession limit currently is 5, and we're proposing to keep that the same. And then lastly, looking at department properties under NR 45. This is similar to the nuisance animals. There isn't anything currently specifically related to amphibians or reptiles within NR 45. First item here that we're proposing is the prohibition of snake hooks and snake tongs. The photo here shows a snake hook being used. They're similar, very similar to a golf club, but with a hook on the end. The primary concern with this, there could be some harassment of the animals using this, but our primary concern again is disease spread. Excuse me, you'll see that's a common topic that's coming up, invasive diseases with herps. Our amphibians and reptiles, or herptiles, is really one of the factors throughout the world that's causing decline, similar to white nose syndrome in bats. This is a similar issue with amphibians and reptiles that could be impacting populations. So we know with a lot of these viruses and fungi that they can be present, the spores can be present throughout the soil, but the animal, in most cases is carrying that, that disease. And so rather than restricting everything, we chose to restrict just the snake hooks. That's the primary item that comes in contact with a lot of these animals. So that is the main thing that we're concerned about. Secondly, we're proposing for any rocks or logs that are flipped over on state properties while looking for amphibians and reptiles, that those should be returned to their original position. People are out looking for amphibians and reptiles, similar to how birders are out looking for birds. But when you're doing that for amphibians and reptiles, you're often looking in habitats that are likely to have the amphibians and reptiles. And for some of our species, that's under rocks or logs. We're happy to have people keep doing that on state properties. We're just asking that if they move the rocks, to put them back, which sounds like a simple thing and maybe wouldn't make a huge difference. But those microhabitats underneath those rocks provide just the right amount of humidity and other conditions that are ideal for that species, specifically snakes and lizards a lot of times. And if it's flipped and moved, that habitat is gone, and it can take months, even years, to get that back to exactly how it was. And we have noticed on some of our state properties that this is happening significantly and could be impacting some of our rare snake populations. And then finally, hibernacula that are on state properties, we're proposing that those are not disturbed in any way. Those again are, especially in spring, winter, and in the fall, areas where we have large congregations of animals, especially snakes. And so people are fine to go and look at them. We're just proposing that there's no changes or no impacts made to those areas. And then looking briefly at the public comments, the definition of color variant, then that was one of the items that we got the largest public comment on. We had in the board packet, I believe we had 218 comments total. 195 of those dealt with the last bullet that I'll get into. So there were only 25-ish that dealt with other aspects. And so we had about 15 comments on color variant. And the difficulty with this, again, this came from statute. So we had our sideboards that we were working on through 169. We're trying to define color variant. And one of the things that's really difficult with that is that amphibians and reptiles just vary so much naturally. And the photos here are, I think, kind of shockingly, all the exact same species of snake. These are all milk snakes that were found. And these are not just, the crazy looking animals that we found online. These are all pictures I took myself while doing surveys for the department in Wisconsin. So these are, very likely individuals that could be found. You can see some of these when they're younger. The milk snakes are reddish. They kind of change color. Some of them have more spots. Some are more ringed. They just vary tremendously. So one of the difficulties we had with creating this definition was what is a color variant, since these animals can vary so much naturally. Much more so than, say, a robin. If you see a robin, cardinal, they all pretty much look like that animal. These just vary tremendously. And again, I think we're all in agreement that we need a better definition for this. So we had started out just defining this when we went to public comment as albino and purely melanistic or pure black animals. Based on public comment, we tried to expand that quite a bit to include some additional animals that were in the pet trade. That does get difficult because we're trying to use plain language and something that's interpreted by those of us that aren't in the pet trade, law enforcement. So we spent a fair amount of time on that and trying to define that. Next, we did receive a few comments on amphibians and reptiles and regulating those to subspecies rather than species. This is an item that we weren't proposing any changes to. In Wisconsin, talking with our legal staff, we currently regulate everything to species in Wisconsin. That's how we've done it as long as I've been here, over 20 years. And that's how we regulate all wildlife in Wisconsin. Regulating to subspecies is very difficult because by definition, if they're subspecies, they can interbreed with each other. Some of those animals would need genetic testing to be able to differentiate them. Species are even changing. Classifications are changing very quickly just based on genetic work that's happening. And subspecies, since there's even less difference, those can change even quicker. So we're proposing to leave that the same as we originally had it since the 1990s or earlier and not make any changes. And then finally, minimum cage size requirements. This is where the bulk of our comments really came in, 195 of those 200 plus comments. And this was requesting changes to just minimum cage sizes for captive amphibians and reptiles, specifically snakes is the majority of the comments. There are items in code right now for some of our mammals and some of our raptors for cage sizes. So there is an area absolutely where we could include that. We did discuss adding that in at this time, but this was not an item that we public noticed. And so we felt like the public didn't have enough time to comment on this. We do feel this is important. We had started looking at some specifications, but we're proposing to save this till a next round of edits so that the public has enough time to comment on this. But we do agree this is an important item to add in. And with that, I will take any questions. I know we do have some members of the public that are speaking as well.
So following Bill's tradition, if you have clarifying questions that you'd like Rory to answer now, we can do that. But if not, we'll go ahead and go to the public speakers. Sound okay? All right. And for the speakers, we ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes. We have a light system here to help you. All of our speakers are virtual. And so I'm told that you can see the light system on your screen. So when the light is yellow, it starts out at green. When it turns to yellow, you have 30 seconds. And we ask that you please summarize your concluding comments. And when the light is red, you have reached your 3-minute time period, and ask that you bring your comments to closure. So our first, I also want to mention, as did Rory, that we did get a number of written comments as well. And I appreciate people who take the time to do that. We get them, we read them, and so thank you for doing that. Our first speaker is Art Parola. Art, are you here?
Yes, I am.
All right. Welcome. Thank you. And go ahead with your comments.
Thank you. Good morning, board and staff. I'm testifying on behalf of the National Animal Interest Alliance and our members in Wisconsin. The proposed rule continues to give rise to negative impacts on reptile breeders and keepers in the state who work with bull snakes, milk snakes, gopher snakes, rat snakes, painted turtles, map turtles, and several other species. This proposed rule does significantly more than merely clarify the current rules. There are regulatory measures that would effectively achieve the policy objectives, such as concerns with enforcement, without harming the keepers of these species. The report on the proposed regulation points to conservation issues in Asia to justify these proposed rules, completely ignoring that conservation issues in Asia are not equivalent to conservation issues in Wisconsin. National Animal Interest Alliance continues to have serious concerns that the current proposal will have unintended consequences, such as increasing illegal take from the wild to fill demand currently filled with captive bred animals, and pushing what is currently legal and regulated trade into illegal and underground trade that is difficult to monitor. We encourage Wisconsin DNR to consider all impacts and externalities of any regulation, and we offer our expertise and support in crafting regulation that is sound, enforceable, and fulfills all policy objectives in practice and not just on paper. Thank you for your time and consideration. And please feel free to contact us if we can help in any way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Art? The next speaker is Phil Goss. Phil, welcome.
Hello, my name is Phil Goss. I am president of the United States Association of Reptile Keepers, better known as USARK. And thank you, Natural Resource Board members and staff, for the opportunity to speak here today. Obviously, USARK and committed reptile and amphibian keepers support conservation of Wisconsin's native reptiles. But there are a couple aspects of this proposal that we do oppose, but we do support the majority of it. It was reported in the board's data packet that neighboring states do not allow commercial activity of native reptiles and amphibians, but some of that was untrue, especially regarding Illinois, your neighbor to the south. They have a permitting system that allows for the breeding and sales of captive-born reptiles and amphibians in the state. So it does not allow for commercial activity of wild-caught animals, but it does allow for people to breed and sell those animals. And you see that across the board trending about the last 15 years, where a lot of states do allow that because they realize that herpetoculture, which is the keeping and breeding of reptiles and amphibians, has grown tremendously over the last 5 decades. And now almost all animals sold in the U.S. are captive-born or born under human care. And it would be great to see an allowance for that in Wisconsin, especially for garter snakes, milk snakes, and bull snakes are probably the most popular species that's bred and kept in captivity here in the U.S. But again, these are animals born under human care. They're not collected from the wild, and they're not commercial activity of wild-caught animals. So we would appreciate to see that allowance, and some neighboring states do allow that. Even the United States Fish and Wildlife Service about 4 years ago said that captive breeding can actually help animals in the wild because it relieves poaching of those animals. And just recently, actually, it was at the end of last year, a study out of University of Florida said that some of our native reptiles are bringing $155,000 each overseas. That mainly applies to turtles, but the problem we see when you have a blanket prohibition and the animals get so expensive on the black market that we actually have people from other countries setting up shop here and poaching in the U.S. There was a bust of a Chinese national who had been in the U.S. for months, poached over 2,000 turtles, and was shipping those animals out of the state. So you have to be really careful about broad prohibitions and bans like that, because it can drive the black market prices up so much that it actually is worse for conservation rather than helping it. And again, we're just requesting that the board direct staff to make an allowance for the captive breeding and selling of your state native reptiles and amphibians. And USARK is happy to help however possible, and we can provide examples of what other states have done to allow this. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Phil? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ashley Brinkman. Ashley, are you with us?
Hi, yes, I'm here.
Hi, welcome.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay, great. Well, good morning to all the board members and staff, and thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Ashley Brinkman, and I represent the Pet Advocacy Network. And we are a trade organization that represents the pet industry and responsible pet keepers. So I'm here on behalf of our members in Wisconsin. And we are just reiterating our request to allow the keeping of captive bred individuals of native species to Wisconsin. So that species, a couple of folks have already mentioned, like bull snakes, gopher snakes, and rat snakes, which are commonly kept as pets. So we ask that keepers of these species be considered as the rule moves forward. So these pet animals don't exclusively come from wild collection, but they can also be sourced from responsible captive breeding programs. So if collection of species from the wild is what the concern is here, several states address this by this concern by requiring proof of legal acquisition. So like retaining receipts or breeder documentation so that you can demonstrate that the animals that you possess are captive bred. And Wisconsin could adopt similar safeguards to prevent unlawful collection while still allowing the responsible hobbyists to continue keeping their pets. So while the proposed rule does make limited exception for educational institutions, we believe that it ignores the inherent educational value of responsible reptile keeping in the home. So while non-native species hold great value as well, captive bred examples of Wisconsin native species really inspires stewardship and conservation of local species and habitats. So like what I mean by that is captive bred native Wisconsin species offer really a unique opportunity to inspire appreciation and stewardship of our own local wildlife and habitats. And I think that's especially important for young people who really are often more familiar with conservation issues affecting species thousands of miles away rather than the ones that they find in their own backyard. So personal experience with native species fosters connection, understanding, and long-term conservation ethic. And the proposed 24-hour possession limit for wild collection being really the only interaction that the average individual in Wisconsin can interact with native species, really discourages meaningful hands-on learning. It's not possible to gain practical husbandry experience or develop a true understanding of a species' care and biology within a single day. You're really just learning how to capture that species. And responsible hobbyist activity really requires time and commitment and sustained engagement. So we're happy to elaborate on that, but we really thank you for your time and willingness to listen to our concerns there with pet keeping of native species in Wisconsin. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. Are there any questions for Ashley? No, sorry, it's just for the board members. All right, thank you. Our next speaker is Alex Heeb. Alex, are you with us?
Yes.
Let's see if we can get you up on our screen here. There you are. Hi, thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Alex Heeb, and I am co-director of the Turtle Conservation Group. We are a Missouri-based organization with several volunteers in Wisconsin, and we wanted to comment specifically on the part of the proposal to ban amphibian and reptile races, specifically turtle races. We've worked extensively on this turtle race issue and strongly support a ban in the state. Most people have never heard of turtle races. They are an overlooked cultural phenomenon that originated in Oklahoma in 1924 and spread across the country. They're currently found in at least 30 states, including Wisconsin, mostly as part of county fairs and other local festivals. Altogether, there are over 600 turtle races across the country, with several found in Wisconsin. And there are several reasons that we are concerned about them. In the interest of time, I'm not going to get into all the issues surrounding turtle races, but I'm going to touch on several briefly. First, most people don't know how to properly care for turtles. The vast majority of turtles used in these races are collected from the wild, but by persons that don't have any experience in turtle husbandry. To ensure that they have an entry available for the race, people often collect turtles weeks ahead of time. We have seen that this leads to poor health outcomes, with many dehydrated and underweight turtles by the time of the race. Second, turtles are often relocated after the race into unfamiliar habitats. Turtles demonstrate high site fidelity, and relocation causes their mortality rate to skyrocket. In nature, painted turtles, which are the primary species used in Wisconsin, have about a 3% annual mortality rate. Studies have found that for relocated turtles, only 19 to 43% of turtles survive in the 2 to 3 periods following a relocation. For long-lived species such as turtles that depend on high survival, this can push them over the tipping point towards decline. Third, there are a number of emerging diseases that impact turtles, such as Mycoplasma and ranavirus. When turtles are commingled together at turtle races, they can exchange these diseases. Think of it as a sort of super spreader event. When these turtles are then released back into the wild, they can transfer these diseases back to the populations that they are introduced to. Fourth, with indiscriminate collection comes the risk that endangered species will be collected. While we don't have much data on what types of turtles are being collected in Wisconsin, in other states, this has been a major problem. And finally, turtle races tend to metastasize and spread. For example, a single turtle race popped up in Minnesota several decades ago, and today there are about 40 turtle races found in the state that were copied from just that one event. The races in Wisconsin appear to be spilling over from the border from Minnesota. While we are only aware of 4 turtle races in Wisconsin, we think it is best to end the practice before it potentially becomes more widespread. I'm not going to get into frog jumping contests, as that is out of our scope, but I would say that many of the concerns with turtle races also apply to those. And with that, I just want to say that I very much appreciate the opportunity to comment before this board.
And thank you. Does any of the board members have questions for John? I'm sorry, for Alex. All right, thank you, Alex. Our last speaker is John Moyles. John, are you with us?
Yes, hello. Thank you to Chair Schmidt and the board for having me.
Go ahead.
So I am from Wisconsin. I'm from J&R Aquatic Animal Rescue. We're Wisconsin's #1 largest exotic pet rescue. I've been working in the pet industry in Wisconsin since 1994, so I've seen a lot of these changes. I remember when we used to be able to sell garter snakes and things like that. And I just wanted to touch on a couple of things. I think the 24-hour limit on reptiles and amphibians is perfect. It allows families, when you're camping to, catch a bucket full of frogs and look at them and things like that. I can't tell you how many calls we get every week from people who have native reptiles and amphibians that they've kept for too long and now they don't want them anymore. They don't know what to do. We can't take them because they were taken from the wild. Wildlife rehabilitators won't really take them because, they've been kept too long. So they're kind of stuck in this kind of limbo. So I think that 24-hour limit is absolutely perfect. The turtle races and frog races were another concerning thing for us. We wanted to make sure that that it was a ban on all races and not just the use of native reptiles, because our big fear is that you would be able to go out and buy frogs online, maybe from a biological supply company or something like that, have them shipped, and then use those in the race. And I feel like that is even worse than using native reptiles, because then you're definitely moving animals from like a warehouse situation where they could be sick and introducing them into the wild. As we found out a few years ago, people move diseases. So we wanted to make sure that that was it was a full ban and not just banning native wildlife. And I think that's all I really wanted to touch on. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, John. Do the board members have any questions, clarifying questions for John? Thank you. All right, so appreciate all the time people took for public presentations and making their comments. Are there questions from the board? Rory, thanks for coming back up. Are there questions and discussion from the board on this topic? Bill?
Rory and I spent some time talking about this over the last few days. My questions are focused more on simplicity and clarity and public understanding of the rule. We got into the color variants and looked at some pictures. Some of them are very distinct and different, and some of them are very indistinct and changeable. And it's kind of like looking at the rainbow as the colors fade from one to another. There's a transition zone there where it really isn't red or purple. And these color variants have that same characteristic in some cases. And we talked about how understandable is this going to be to the general public? Is this going to make sense? Is this something that people can enforce in the field and be able to identify clearly the distinctions between a species that's acceptable for possession, commercialization, or those species that blend into the native species that we have and that people are going to run into in the field? And I asked, the other concern is as you possess and breed some of these animals that have maybe a less reliable reproduction, you're going to get offspring that are variable in color and variable in shade, and it just is aggravated as you go through the generations. So I'm totally on board with the interest in trying to reduce the flow from our natural environment to a possession and back, and to try and reduce the risk of disease. And there were comments about referring to some disease in foreign countries here. I don't have a problem with that, of seeing what's going on around the world and seeing where the problems are. And even though they may be different ecological communities, different cultures, we can still learn from that. And I think it's important to be as proactive as we can be. So I asked Rory, I said, these exceptions that you have built in here, are they going to be easy to understand for the public? And some of them weren't. So I asked for some staff recommendations on how we can make this more simple, more clear, more enforceable, and generate more support from the public, and still enable a thriving pet trade business and commercialization where it makes sense and where we can distinguish that. So Rory, I guess I'd just ask for your comments on that.
Sure, yeah. Like we had talked about, and I had mentioned the color variant piece, trying to create that definition was one of the most complicated items we dealt with here in responding to public comments. And, we expanded from our original just albino and the melanistic, the black animals. We tried to take into account a lot of what was requested during the public comment period and take a lot of these varieties that are found in the pet trade. That's difficult too, using some of the terminology that's used in the pet trade, since a lot of us aren't involved in the pet trade. And keeping in mind, even going back, a lot of these items we're looking at clarifying here came because of questions from law enforcement, and they're the ones that are enforcing these, and from the public and for biologists. We need something that everyone can understand. So I think some parts of that definition did get fairly complicated and could be difficult to interpret. For the public, for biologists, I've spent hours looking at this, and it's still fairly complicated for me to look at it. And like you said, the amphibians and reptiles just vary so much. And what really is different than in the wild. I'm continually surprised and amazed by the different varieties of colors and patterns that I see in nature. So where does that line fall? And I'm also, spend a fair amount of time getting calls from our field wardens, asking to assist with cases and looking at animals. And it's everyone agrees it's a gray area, right? But I think the best thing we can do is create an easily interpreted definition where we can define those. And I think some of the items we included in the definition will be difficult to interpret. I think some of them are more straightforward and black and white, literally maybe. But I think there are items in there definitely that could be clarified that would make department staff work easier and make it more easily understandable for the public.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'd also like to note the board received a whole bunch of written comments, and a number of those were very concerned about impacts on the animals and disease and other issues. So it's really a balanced, and yet we also got a lot of comments from people that benefited from their experiences with snakes in possession as their pets. And you certainly don't want to diminish that experience either. I think you're doing a good job trying to weave a path through this that enables both sides of the argument as well.
Yeah, thank you. There's a lot of different interests out there and trying to weigh everything and, you know, of course, keep in mind the conservation of the species in the wild.
Is there other discussion, other questions?
Robin, this is Rachel. I just had a couple comments and actually a couple just kind of clarifying questions. So I also wanted to reiterate that I appreciate that 24-hour time period that families can kind of enjoy and experience these animals. My question was with regard to nature centers and schools, how is that permitting process going to be done, as well as kind of that outreach to those entities?
Sure, that's a good question. We aren't proposing any changes to what nature centers can have. With that restriction, there would be a permit that's required now. So there's an educational nonprofit permit. There's also a scientific research license that could apply in certain cases. If it's an endangered threatened species, there's an endangered and threatened species permit. All of those permits and licenses are already in place. And our law enforcement folks work on those. So there'd be any nature center that exists and has animals would be able to continue doing exactly what they're doing. And there would just be a permit in place now. There'd be a small fee, annual fee for some of those permits, but they'd be able to keep the educational animals. That's obviously a very important part of this, is keeping that education throughout the state. So they'd be able to continue exactly how they're existing right now.
Great. Thank you for that additional information. The other process question I had to clarify was if a property owner were to find the hibernaculum on their property, what would they then do?
Sure. They would need to get in contact with us. And in many cases, we may allow those animals to be, or that hibernaculum to be altered as a result of either if they were considering the animal to be a nuisance or for development. If it was a larger hibernaculum and we thought it would be impacting rare species or a large number of animals, they would need to get written approval. It would likely come, I believe, from a scientific research license. But I can get further clarification if you're curious on the exact kind of permit. My program doesn't issue that permit.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. Thank you for your work on this and for protecting our state's reptiles and amphibians. I was just thinking of spring and that choir of frogs that's so much of the soundtrack. And I also said when we spoke earlier that the highlight for my kids canoeing down the river is the turtle plop counting. So if we didn't have those, I don't know if they'd enjoy the river quite so much. So thank you guys all for your work on this.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, the spring frogs are coming soon, hopefully.
Any other questions or comments?
Hearing no further questions, Robin, I would move approval of the request to approve this rule proposal with the following amendment. And the amendment would, in plain language, it would reduce the number of exceptions allowed for color variants down to those species that are more easier to distinguish between what a color variant is and isn't. And pardon all the mispronunciations, but basically it would be a change in language to NR 16.01 2M. Color variant means any of the following atypical native amphibians and reptiles of any age class. Sub A, individuals regardless of species that are basically albino. There's a big long word that describes that. Maybe you can pronounce it better than I can. I'm sure you can. But it basically allows albinos that can be light pink or yellow body with red eyes. The second one, fully melanistic animals, entirely black. And number 3, piebald animals that are 10% or more of the animal that is pure white. So it's the mix of white and more normal colors. Subset B, gopher snakes and milk snakes that are patternless. And there are some of those, and Rory has photographs of some of those, and they are very difficult to discern. That change would reduce the number of color variants that are put forward as exceptions. And it would reduce some of the complexity and the misunderstanding and the problems identifying for most of us in the lay world here. So are there questions on that Rory can answer that I can't?
I got a question, Chair.
Go ahead, Doug.
Bill, what section again was that? 16 point?
NR 16.01, subparagraph 2M, as in Mike, M.
Okay, thank you.
And that piece of the proposed code is the piece that identifies the list of color variants that fall under this exception. Is that what you call them, exceptions?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it would reduce the number of exceptions allowed.
Rory, I'm just wondering if you have some thoughts on that?
Yes, we are in support of that change. I think that will make that that definition simpler for everyone to interpret. I think the items that would be removed in that amendment are the items that are complicated. The 4 that are remaining are pretty straightforward and simple for people to interpret and for our wardens to use, for us as biologists, and for the public to understand. So yes, we are in support of removing those items through that amendment.
I think the other piece of this that's important is there are presently procedures in place to enable researchers, zoos, educational facilities that are trained and are professional with this to continue to do what they're doing. This doesn't really change that. It still leaves the door open for that.
Is there a second to Bill's amendment, motion to amend?
I'll second that.
Any other discussion on the amendment? Let's go ahead and approve the motion to amend the rule. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? So that motion to amend the rule has been approved. Now I think we need to have a motion to approve the rule as amended. Is there a motion to approve the rule as amended?
So moved.
Moved by Patty. Is there a
Second.
second? Second by Doug. Any further discussion on that? All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion is approved and the rule is adopted as amended.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, our next item is request adoption for Board Order FH-19-24 for proposed rules affecting chapters NR 8, 19, 20, 21, 22, 25, 26, and 104 related to minor changes, corrections, and clarifications to fishing regulations on inland, outlying, and boundary waters, the 2025 Fisheries Management Housekeeping Rule. And Kari Lee Zimmerman, our Fisheries Regulation and Policy Specialist, is here to brief us. Thanks. Welcome, Kari.
Thank you. Good morning. With 3 of the 4 rules before you for adoption, housekeeping, we should have some very tidy chapters coming up here. Again, my name is Kari Lee Zimmerman. I am the Fisheries and Regulation Policy Specialist. So today before you, similar to the other 2 housekeeping rules, we have up for adoption the draft rule, which is our fisheries housekeeping rule. The final step in the process. Once again, these rules update administrative code to correct inconsistency and update outdated language and just provide some clarification, but are not substantive in policy change. So we've have things like adding the NR 2035 changes, which were fisheries regs that were previously changed through that NR 2035 change. So updating those in code just to make sure code is up to date with what the policy or what the regulations are on those or on those waters. It corrects and updates outdated or unclear boundaries, points of reference, and water body names, and just eliminates drafting errors. We also created and revised some definitions just to make sure that the regulations are clear for the users. So while nothing in this rule is substantive, we were recently made aware of some concerns regarding the application of NR 2509 to a 7D of code, which has to do with the gillnet mesh size and depth requirements. And while changing the code language would be outside of the scope of this rule, we wanted to work with the commercial fishers, and we understand that it's a concern if they can't fish with their gill nets if they're not in compliance. So we did want to make the board aware that in order to give them time and give the department time to look at the issue and decide if the regulations currently on the books are in fact what we want to stay with, we just wanted to make the board aware that you have the option to provide an amendment that would give them time to fish with their current gear and come into compliance by a certain date. So that is what is going on in our housekeeping. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer any of them, but I think you have some speakers as well.
Okay. Thank you, Kari. We do have speakers. We have 3 speakers to come up. Does anybody have any clarifying questions first to ask Kari before the speakers come? Okay. So our first speaker is Todd Stuth. Todd, welcome, and appreciate your being here. And you are the chairman of the Lake Michigan Commercial Fisheries Board. Is that correct?
Correct.
Correct. And because of that position, you don't have to stay within the 3 minutes. Just wanted to share that with you as
I'll
that
try and keep
position
it short.
allows you. But thank you for coming, and we look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you as well. Thank you, members of the board, Chairperson Schmidt, Dr. Hune. Basically, I'm just following up with what Kari had come up with. I'd like to address Bob. First of all, Bob Strauss has taken the time to basically go through the NR 25 and come up with a guide to commercial fishing in the state of Wisconsin. And this was done to basically preface the problems and the discrepancies that were found in the old NR 25 that made it wordy and hard to decipher. So in doing that, we came up with a disparity over the last couple months when fishers were, I don't want to say not fishing, but a reduced amount of fishing effort was going on. And so somehow through the years and through the generations, some of this was lost in translation. And whether it be due to availability in the marketplace for specific gear and mesh sizes and mesh depth, we found that there's discrepancy between the NR 25 and this new thing, in this new rewrite, affected all the fishers that were out there currently. And so in the history, so to go forward, we basically need to either make an adjustment or be allowed to use the current gear. What I want to back that up with is nothing is going to change from the previous 40 years. It's all the same gear that's been used. It's all going to be the same gear that's going to be used. And this time period that Kari spoke to will allow us the time to either come into compliance with the law as it's written and or help in the process of adjusting that rule to make it user-friendly for all. I'm really unsure as to how this all was overlooked or not found sooner, and I apologize for that from my end, but I can say honestly, I did not notice it over the last 40 years. But again, and I think the big thing to look at it with this is nothing is going to change, and over time in the last 40 years, we're actually probably at 10% of the commercial fishing level of effort in Lake Michigan and the Bay of Green Bay. The gillnet fishery is greatly decreased over time due to the limited entry, due to the fishery, and us trying to rein it all in. The other thing to be said with that is, as we look to the Green Bay side of the fishery, A lot of that is switched from overnight gill net sets to 1 hour day sets and very short sets. So we were limiting the amount of time that gear is in place, and there's lake user conflict by doing that. And of course, limiting bycatch. So I think a lot of this issue can be addressed, and I can't tell you how much I appreciate the opportunity to work with Bob Strauss, Justine, and everybody in the department on this issue over the last couple of weeks to try and come up with a resolution to get everybody back on the water. And that's our aim at this point. As far as going forward, I don't think there's going to be any issue with coming up with a new amendment or rule or revision to accomplish this. And I'm open to any questions or any inquisition as to any of this.
Do we have any questions for Todd? Go ahead, Bill.
I'd just say thank you, Todd, you and commercial fishermen you represent, to having a constructive and positive relationship with the department and the department with you. And that's just the kind of thing we need to have good management and to work out issues that are confusing to everybody. So thank you.
Thank you. Feeling is mutual.
Patty?
I think this is just a prime example of what good collaboration looks like. There's a problem and you guys fixed it. I think it's great.
Greatly appreciated.
Right. Thank you, Todd. The next speaker is Charlie Henriksen, and Charlie's joining us virtually. Good morning, Charlie. Thank you for appearing before us.
Yeah, good morning. I just can't seem to stay away, but I appreciate that I appreciate that we've reached this agreement. I want to compliment Todd on the amount of work he put in to work with law enforcement and fish management to do this. And I only reserved time because it was not resolved by the deadline to reserve time. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Charlie. Anybody have any of the board members have questions for Charlie? Great. Thank you for joining us. The last speaker on this is Rick Johnson. Rick, are you joining us? Are you here?
I'm doing it virtually. And I echo Charlie's sentiments. I reserved time because the issue was not resolved, but through the fantastic work of Todd and the DNR staff. So yeah, I appreciate all the work that they did to get this issue resolved. So thank you, and we'll keep it short.
Thank you very much for joining us, Rick. Anybody have any questions for Rick? Okay, we're good. I guess we'll open it up for a general discussion. Does anyone have questions or comments, or does anybody have an amendment they would like to propose for our consideration? Bill, you got something?
Yeah, how do you want us to do this, Robin? You want us to move the main motion and then the amendment that's proposed, consider that? And we just put them together into a?
I think we can make a motion to amend the rule. And
Okay.
then we will, like we did with the last one, then we'll make
Okay.
a motion to approve the rule as amended.
Well, I see we all have a copy of the language suggested by Fisheries. Apologize to the people that are on the screen. You may or may not have this. Hopefully you got electronic access to it. But what they propose is a amendment to the rule that would allow for this time frame to consider the issue of mesh size with gill nets. The amendment language is NR 25.09 sub 2, sub A, sub 7, sub D is amended to read, until December 31st, 2028, gill nets of this size, set at any time by a licensed commercial fisher may not exceed 50 meshes in depth. Beginning January 1, 2029, gill nets of this size set at any time by a licensed commercial fisher may not exceed 30 meshes in depth, or 1/2 the total length of these nets set at any one time, and the remaining 1/2 may not exceed 50 meshes in depth. So the language stays the same. The part they took out was the strict adherence to 30 meshes in depth, or 1/2 of the total implemented upon passage of this rule. So they basically, in plain language, have built in a delay to enable the discussions to go forward between fisheries and our commercial fishermen.
Sort of correct. Just to be clear,
Okay.
we're not changing the regulation that's on the books.
Right.
We're just allowing people some extra time to get there. So there's no change in the regulation. It's still 30/50 is what we're shooting towards.
Right.
Yep.
It builds in this delay period.
It builds in, yeah,
Puts the dates in as new language.
correct.
Thank you.
So Bill made this amendment. Is there a second to the amendment?
I'll second.
Okay, we got Jeff, Rachel, thank you.
Oh, no worries.
We need to remember that delay.
Yeah.
So is there discussion on the motion to amend the rule? I just have one question to clarify for my own mind. If this is passed, you'll continue to work with the commercial fishing industry to come up with language in another rule that, if needed?
Correct. Yep, we'll continue to work with them and look at the mesh size. I think the industry standard is a little bit different than what we actually have in the current rule. So whether we need to adjust that or whether we need it at all, or, how we might want to change it, we'll definitely look at the issue, and it buys everybody a little bit more time to work through it and not do like a knee-jerk change.
And the delay here of extending it out to December 31st of 2028 allows you enough time, should there need to be a rule amendment, to have that go through the process. Is that
Correct. Yep. It lets us start a whole new rule process dedicated to that issue.
Any other questions or comments on this motion to amend the rule? All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? So the rule is amended. Do we have a motion now to approve the rule as amended?
I'll make a motion to approve the rule as amended.
Moved by Rachel. Is there a second?
Deb will second.
Seconded by Deb Dasso. Any discussion on that motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, and thanks to the industry for coming up with a satisfactory way of moving forward.
Thank you.
Right, we are moving on to other approvals. Item F, land acquisition, Devils Lake State Park and Ice Age Trail, Sauk County. Kaylin Helm, Real Estate Section Manager. Welcome, Kaylin.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Schmidt, Secretary Young, and members of the board. There we go. The department is requesting approval to acquire 100 acres of land for Devils Lake State Park and the Ice Age Trail from the Conservation Fund. The parcel is being offered at the bargain sale price of $325,000. The appraised value of the property is $600,000, and it would be purchased with Knowles Nelson stewardship funds. The Conservation Fund acquired this property at auction and has since partnered closely with local donors, the Ice Age Trail Alliance, and of course, our dedicated parks and real estate staff to remove all buildings from the site. They've also completed all remediation work on the property. This property is located fully within department project boundaries and will be accessible to the public through High Hills Drive, Newman Road, and adjacent DNR lands. And there is actually an existing gravel parking lot
at the end of High Hills Drive that is already installed. The subject property is a mixture of oak forest, savanna, and historic hayfields, and it contains a half-mile segment of glacial moraine that ranks among the most significant moraine examples documented worldwide. The property has an elevation of 1,520 feet above sea level, providing a view shed of about 20 miles in multiple directions. The subject property would be open for all 5 nature-based outdoor activities, specifically providing the potential to expand the Ice Age Trail. The Ice Age Trail would be designed and constructed by the Ice Age Trail Alliance, with ongoing maintenance being done by that local Ice Age Trail chapter. Devils Lake State Park is one of the most visited state parks in the state, with approximately 2.7 million visitors annually. And overall management of this subject property would be conducted by the Parks Program as a part of the larger state park. With that, the department is recommending the acquisition of 100 acres of land for Devils Lake State Park and the Ice Age Trail from the Conservation Fund for the bargain sale price of $325,000. And I'm happy to try to answer any questions you may all have.
Other questions, Jeff?
Looks like a great piece of land to acquire here. I just had a question on open land. What typically happens with open, like, it looks like it might be fallow now, cropland, or what?
Yeah, the historic hayfield areas, you mean?
Yeah.
So specific management actually will be determined through the master planning process, which is ongoing for the state park and the surrounding area. And that is the Central Sand Hills Master Plan. So that would be kind of where that would be determined for that.
Are there crop fields currently being managed in the Devils?
Oh, yeah.
In this park? You know, are you aware of?
Not that I'm aware of. I could ask if park staff want to come up and try to answer that.
I think properties like the Kickapoo Valley Reserve, has like
Mhm.
about 880 acres of cropland that is rented out, and
Sure.
under conservation and stuff. But I'm familiar with Devils Lake Park, but I was just curious what what typically the open areas are how they're managed.
Yeah, I apologize that I don't know the answer to that.
That's
but
fine. That's fine. I just,
No? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
thank you.
Are there other questions?
Just to note, we got a very strong letter of support from Kevin Thusias from the Ice Age Trail organization. They're very interested in this parcel.
I had a question. So
Yeah.
we're getting this property at quite a reduced price. Is there some credit to be given to an organization that is making this available to us at that really wonderful price?
Yeah, so my understanding is that the Conservation Fund actually had some private donation that helped recoup some of their costs related to this property. So between that and their normal operations, they were able to offer it to us at this reduced rate.
What a great asset to the park.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Any further discussion? Can I have a motion?
I so move.
Jeff moves the approval of the land acquisition. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Patty seconds. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I'm not sure how this worked out, but we are actually at our scheduled break time. So it must be just excellent meeting management.
A big
So-
improvement, I might add.
So we will go ahead and take a break until 10:15. Is that good enough for everybody? And we'll come back then and have the open forum start at 10:15. Thank you all. Well, I feel official now that I've used the gavel. Our break is over. Appreciate all the conversation that goes on as well. It's great to have a little bit of networking time. So thanks, everyone. So we're going to go ahead and start the open forum. I'd like to just make a few comments beforehand. Again, for our speakers who are presenting information as part of our open forum, please keep your verbal comments to 3 minutes or less. And we have our timer system here, as I explained earlier. It turns on at 3 minutes to green light. When there's 30 seconds left, the light will change to yellow, and we ask that you try to bring your comments to a close. When the light turns red, the 3-minute limit is up, and we ask that you respect that since we have a lot of comments and we want to give everyone a chance to be heard. I will offer that if you need more time, you're welcome to submit the whole of your comments in writing to Ashley, who will forward them to us. And we have received a number of comments in writing on various topics already. So please understand that we do see those and read them. I want to say that we're grateful that the speakers honor the time limit. I also want to be sure that you understand that the open forum is not typically a time when the board debates a particular topic. Topics that you discuss with us as part of open comment have not been public noticed for discussion and or action. So we listen to you, we ask clarifying questions, and we consider your thoughts for future agenda items or actions as warranted. If we don't ask questions, please know that we have heard you and your voice is important to us. And I will go ahead and start with the public forum. And the first speaker before us is Carol Phillips, who's here virtually. And the topic is wake surfing. Welcome, Carol.
Hi, thanks. Can't get my camera. Thanks. Carol Phillips, a retired former registered professional civil engineer in Presque Isle. Your previous meeting was very confusing on many counts. First, about the petition to protect lakes from aquatic invasives. Our petition would require decontamination of ballast tanks if using a lake that is not your designated home lake. Our petition was based on 19.055, which says that all water must be drained. That's whether or not that water is known to include invasives. This rule was never mentioned at your previous meeting. Instead, the discussion was all about NR 40, which says you can't transport invasives. Yes, for that, you would need to prove that the water contains invasives. That's much more complicated. That miscommunication by the DNR spokesman may have led you to believe that a home lake rule is too complicated. It's not. Also, we were shown a simple bar graph that we were told proved that wakeboat ballast systems have not accelerated the spread of spiny water fleas. The graph showed up to 20 new infestations per year, but not necessarily at an increasing rate. But several other factors come to play that can mask any increases. Maybe the bar graph would have actually gone down, but for ballast systems, thanks to the many volunteers with the Clean Boats, Clean Waters program who have spent 60,000 hours per year or more at boat landings, educating boaters and helping them inspect and clean their boats. Also, it takes about 7 years for spiny water fleas to reach detectable limits. No one knows what's brewing out there right now. And it's expensive to test for them. How many lakes have even been tested? Some lakes are not suitable for them, and some lakes are too small to attract surfers, or they don't have adequate public landings for big boats. I'm so thankful to the DNR for stating that they support the right of local governments to continue to protect their own lakes. So town officials don't have to wait for the DNR's bar graph to show an indisputable increasing rate of infestation. Town officials don't have to wait for the state to adopt a home lake rule or provide decontamination at their boat landings. Instead, towns can get a local ordinance now to restrict the use of ballast until the boat manufacturers or the DNR can solve the problem. Also, the spokesman for the DNR said that the lakes in the Manitowish chain are labeled as unsuitable for zebra mussel. Please see that source. Their map clearly identifies the Manitowish chain as borderline suitable, not unsuitable. About half of the North Woods lakes are the same. My lake and several others are even labeled as suitable. I have more comments about what the studies about the wakes and waves actually say. That was also discussed last week. It's in your last month's NRB packet, and I'll talk more about that next time when I have more time. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Are there any clarifying questions for Carol from board members? Thank you. The next speaker, also virtual, is Richard Phillips, also discussing wake surfing. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Richard Phillips, 6724 Wildcat Lake Road, Presque Isle. I listened to the January 28th presentation by DNR staff on wake surfing. The NRB asked many great questions. Mr. Cox asked if other states regulate wake surfing. DNR staff mentioned just a single state, Georgia, a state with no natural lakes whatsoever, but many enormous man-made hydroelectric reservoirs. Georgia is one of 4 southern states with no natural lakes that adopted the industry's model ordinance, 200 feet from shore, no depth restriction. But many other states have adopted significant ordinances that were not mentioned. The board and DNR staff should be aware of these. Vermont, rich in glacial lakes, prohibits wake surfing statewide on any lake unless 500 feet from shore and 20 feet deep. Maine, one of the top 5 states in the country for natural lakes, prohibits wake surfing in water under 15 feet deep. Maine passed its 15-foot law 2 years ago before current research on lake bed impacts had been issued. Oregon wholly banned wake surfing on the most popular recreational boating area in the state for safety and environmental protection. Indiana passed a bill prohibiting wake surfing on all lakes under 300 acres. Invasives transfer. It is remarkable that in the presentation, DNR staff discussed at length a study finding that stern drive engines transfer more water than ballast tanks. But they did not mention that this study clearly found that all invasives in the engines were dead. The water retained in stern drives is cooling water. It gets very hot. Stern drives are thus self-sterilizing. It is true, as DNR staff said, that they transfer many veligers. But the study clearly said every veliger was dead. NR 19.055. I was surprised in the January 28th presentation that NR 19055 at the core of the petition was not mentioned. 19055 is the law of the state. It reads in relevant part, any person who removes a boat from any inland water shall drain all water from the boat, including the water in any bilge or ballast tank. How can it be that in the January 28th presentation, this was never mentioned? The Wisconsin DNR has not taken any position on wake surfing. Wake surfers tell towns. If the DNR felt there was any problem with wake surfing, surely they would say something. The DNR makes no recommendation. Clearly, the DNR agrees there's no issue. So you should have no local ordinance on wake surfing. Other states' DNRs are active in their state's efforts to deal with wake surfing. Consider the Michigan DNR. It issued a wonderful report 2 years ago with literature survey giving specific written recommendations. It made these recommendations to the state. Boats operating in surf mode should be 500 feet from docks or shoreline. Boats operating in wake surfing mode should operate in water at least 15 feet deep. Again, this before the most recent studies. Lastly, ballast tanks should be completely drained before removing a surf boat from a lake. The DNRs of other states have taken positions on wake surfing. I hope the Wisconsin DNR will consider taking some position on so important a matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Appreciate your thoughts. Any discussion or clarifying questions for Richard? Thank you. Well, go ahead. Jeff Meisman is next, also virtually. Jeff, are you with us?
Can you hear me okay?
I can. Thank you.
Okay, first of all, thank you to Chair Smith for your years of service. Job well done. And welcome to the new chair, Robin Schmidt. Thank you very much. My name is Jeff Meesman. I'm a retired professional mechanical engineer, and more importantly, I'm a clean boat, clean water inspector. I want to start today discussing some of the wake boat misinformation presented by Deputy Secretary Stephen Little during the January NRB board meeting. Unfortunately, I only have 3 minutes to speak, so I can only cover a small percentage of the misinformation. Deputy Secretary said, in spite of what you've heard over the past several years from individuals and organizations who have come before the NRB, while ballast systems retain water, the research has not demonstrated that wake boats uniquely or disproportionately drive AIS spread compared to other watercraft. This is not true. Start with the Adam Dahl thesis. The objective of this report was to determine the volumes of residual water and the number of veligers, a veliger means a zebra mussel larva, found in 8 different watercraft compartments to determine whether particular compartments were more likely to contain and transfer veligers. According to the Adam Dahl report, page 37, table 4, it shows that if a ballasted boat comes from Lake Minnetonka, there's a 71% chance of transferring at least 100 veligers. This was the highest transfer level of the 8 different compartments tested. And again, from the Adam Dahl report in the section titled Survivor of Veligers in the Stern Drive Engines on page 28. We sampled stern drive engines at Tonka Bay Marine in Lake Minnetonka. In all cases, no zebra mussels were observed alive when sampled. The heat from the engine is high enough to kill the veligers. And in the conclusion of the Adam Dahl report, which is on page 17 and 18, based on the results of this study, recreational equipment that contain 1 or more ballast tanks poses the greatest likelihood of moving high numbers of veligers. Given the amount of veligers ballast tanks that may contain, extra steps such as hot water decontamination should be taken by owners to minimize the likelihood of introducing live veligers to new water bodies via overland transport. And additionally, information, and this is from the Malibu 2024 Wake Boat Manual, pages 120, 122. They have a section called Flushing Ballast Tank Systems. Aquatic invasive species, especially quagga and zebra mussels, attach and infest ski wakeboard boat ballast tank systems. Flushing the system with hot water, 120 degrees Fahrenheit, kill quagga mussels and zebra mussel juvenile and larvae in seconds and protects water bodies from the many destructive invasive species. After considering the presentation of misinformation by the DNR, I question its ability to make reasonable assessments of existing studies. The DNR preaches proactive prevention for Clean Boat, Clean Water program. Cleaning ballast boats with hot water is proactive prevention. The Dow report and even the boating industry suggests hot water decontamination of ballast systems to prevent the spread of AIS. The DNR dismisses the solution, stating that more studies are needed. I have been working on meaningful regulations for wake surfing now for 5 years. The DNR has been less than helpful. Now the boating industry is using Deputy Secretary's words to undermine the prevention of AIS transfer by ballasted boats. Maybe unintentionally, the Deputy Secretary has become an advocate for the boating industry, not the protector of our lakes. The information the Deputy Secretary presented is wrong and harmful to the entire Clean Boat, Clean Water program and to meaningful wake boat regulations. I strongly suggest that the DNR publicly correct this misinformation. Not doing so will undermine the Clean Boat, Clean Water program and further soil the reputation of the DNR. And one more point, by the way, I'm almost done. By the way, happy Invasive Species Awareness Week. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Any clarifying questions for Jeff? The next speaker is Jim Olson in person, also discussing wake surfing. Welcome, Jim. Thank you for coming.
Hey, Chairman Smith, Secretary Hunt, members of the board. I have represented the petitioners for 600 days and got nowhere. I want to talk to you a little bit about the precautionary principle. There was a wing spread conference on the precautionary principle. It was a 3-day academic conference where the precautionary principle was defined. The January 1998 meeting took place at Wing Spread headquarters at the Johnson Foundation in Racine, Wisconsin, and involved 35 scientists, lawyers, policymakers, and environmentalists from the United States, Canada, and Europe. This was a large group. This wasn't just a lawyer talking about things. The Wing Spread statement came out with this statement. When an activity raises threats of harm to human health or the environment, precautionary measures should be taken, even if some cause and effect relationship are not fully established scientifically. In the DNR decision denying it, they ignored the wing spread station. They said, simply put, there is no evidence that wake boats alone are a significant to or are solely responsible for the spread of aquatic invasive species in Wisconsin. This is not the standard under the precautionary principle. I'm a lawyer. I know about the burden of proof. The burden of proof shifts the burden to the proponent of the activity, in this case, people who have ballast systems, to prove that they are not at risk. And there is a significant risk. One of the articles that we cited was written by Tim Campbell, was entitled Volume and Contents of Residual Water and Recreational Watercraft Ballast Systems. Mr. Campbell was a core member of the invasive species report that was put out by this organization. This article was listed as a reference in the invasive species thing. And what he has to say was never quoted, even though we mentioned it. He quotes that after 7 days, the ballast water in the system contained live veligers. And they didn't know it was longer than that because they only had access to them for 7 days. They don't know how much longer it was. He also states that there is evidence that with quagga mussels, they can last as long as 27 days in the residual system. He also mentions, and this was never mentioned in the denial of our petition, that spiny water fleas can have their eggs laid dormant for years. And he concludes that there is a risk that these veligers and these things will be spread. Now, also, I mentioned to the board that Jake van der Zanden from the Limnology Center said he was very concerned about spiny water fleas in the Wisconsin northern lakes. Nothing was said about that. And let me just conclude by saying Campbell, Dahl, and van der Zanden all say there's a risk that can't be ignored. Dr. Carl Watrous, who was a distinguished member of the DNR board for many years, a research scientist, and quoted numerous times. I sent him a copy of this decision, and he said the lakes need to be irreversibly harmed before rules to prevent them are implemented.
Thanks, Jim. You're way past your time.
Okay, I'll sit down.
We appreciate your comments. And again, feel free to submit in writing if you didn't make all the points that you wanted to make.
Okay, and I will give to Ashley Bistel right now a copy of the Campbell study, which she can send to the board. It's only 5 pages long. It's readable. I suggest that you all read it and decide whether it does not meet the requirement of the precautionary principle.
Thank you, Jim. Any clarifying questions? The next person speaking before us is Lois Lehman. Lois is here in person. She's going to be talking about reducing human-wildlife conflict. Welcome, Lois.
Good morning to every member of the board, and to Secretary Hyen. I'm Lois Lehman, DeForest, Wisconsin, and I want to announce that I've been working hard on reducing a conflict between humans and wildlife for a long time, and my next time to do that with a group is March 9th. So it's ongoing. With resolution 681124 addresses voting for coexistence with our state carnivores. And Governor Evers proposed in his 2026 budget $3.7 million for non-lethal solutions. This budget proposal helps Wisconsin farmers with tools and strategies to prevent predation on their livestock. Likewise, the proposal helps keep wolf families together, which in turn keeps the ecosystem healthy. So I've been working on changing the culture of fear and misunderstanding and move toward coexistence with education. Wolves and coyotes are self-regulating when food is available, and they have not become habituated to human feeding, including baiting. With loss of habitat to human development, wildlife is more visible as they search for food. The DNR allows unlimited baits from July to the end of August for hound training on black bear. These summer months coincide with wolf pupping. Bears, wolf families, and many other species are interested in free handouts. When wolves encounter hounds at these sites in their home range, they are defending their young pups. Since 1987, Wisconsin has paid out over $1 million for hound predation and over 450 dead hounds. Public comments on the Wolf Management Plan of 2023 revealed to the DNR strong opposition to hounds hunting wolves, as well as traps. I'm going to go right to my ask before
You're almost out of time. Go ahead.
I ask the DNR to limit and restrict placement of baits. Consideration be given to reduce conflict between wolves, their habitat, and care of all wildlife and hounds. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any clarifying questions? Thank you for coming. The next speaker is Melissa Smith, who will be here virtually to discuss training of native predators. Melissa, are you with us? She's not online. All right. We will circle back at the end and see if she's online. The next comment in person is Scott Thulian. Scott is going to talk about opportunities to increase hunters, deer harvests, and meat donations in Wisconsin. Welcome.
Hi. My name is Scott Thulian, and I'm here today presenting to you on how the DNR and the state park system can increase hunters, deer harvests, and donations to food pantries by implementing the resolutions I am putting forth today. This is a two-step approach as described by the resolutions you have before you. Resolution 1, change the start date for hunting in state parks from November 15th to November 1st for the archery hunting. Resolution 2, extend firearm hunting in state parks to include the existing muzzleloader season. By doing these two changes, residents and non-resident hunters will seek out hunting opportunities in the state parks with more days and places available for them to access. By starting November 1st, this will increase deer harvest by capitalizing on prime deer movement days and more time for bow hunters to pursue them in the parks. By allowing hunters to continue to hunt through the traditional 9-day season already allowed, and then including the muzzleloader season, will give hunters even more opportunities to continue harvesting deer in state parks. By increasing these opportunities, more deer will be harvested in these high-density areas where deer numbers are increasing rapidly. Harvesting of deer in high-density areas will result in more deer then being donated to food pantries. As we've seen, there's been a reduction in that from the previous year, and helping feed the people that need them. These resolutions will also encourage more hunters to take advantage of camping in the parks during this low visitor attendance period in state parks, and will increase revenues for the DNR and the state park system naturally. These resolutions will require no additional staffing requirements. The park system already leaves open campsites, pit toilets, and water available starting November 1st for off-season visitors and hunters. Park rules, hunting season notifications at trailheads, park hunting zones are already in place November 1st for visitors to be notified that the hunting seasons are already in progress. Additionally, Local communities will also benefit from these increased numbers of hunters in these areas for supplies during their hunting vacations. So in closing, I would like to thank Dave Larson, the late George Meyer, for working with me in development of these resolutions. These are great ROI opportunities for the DNR because no investment is needed. It's majority of it's already in place. It's basically taking the 5 off and you got a 1 for the archery thing and the other stuff. So, you know, the sooner we make these changes, the sooner the DNR will start to see increased hunters, manage deer herds more in Wisconsin State parks more effectively, and help provide food to people that need it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any clarifying questions?
So
Jeff?
have you ever proposed this as a question on the Wisconsin Conservation Congress thing? Have you ever?
Well, I'm with the Wisconsin Wildlife Federation and we put it up there. I have attended several of the county deer advisory committee ones and have brought it up. I have brought them also at the Wildlife Federation. I'm part of 2 committees there, the State Parks and Forestry Committee, along with the Big Game Committee as well. I've mentioned it to the representative for the DNR that attends those a couple times. You know, we had the resolution already proposed and, you know, I brought it up, but I can't say what notes were taken after that. But, you know, I think it's a great opportunity for, to take advantage of something. It's, you know, that low hanging fruit we're after,
Right.
you know, and I'm sure extra money going to the DNR, we know we need it. So good things to do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Our next speaker is in person, Kathy Ladd, discussing master plans and permits. Welcome, Kathy.
Thank you. I appreciate being allowed to speak today, and thank you to all of you for your service on the Natural Resource Board. I am Kathy Ladd, landowner and resident of Iowa County, Wisconsin. I am also the daughter-in-law to Wisconsin Hall of Fame conservationist Dave Ladd. In 1986, the Natural Resource Foundation of Wisconsin was established to support the protection of natural resources of the DNR. Dave was appointed to the foundation board directors and worked with DNR leadership and staff to protect Wisconsin's resources, including those in the Driftless region and Southwest Wisconsin. To this day, Dave is the Eldo Leopold of Iowa County. If Dave was with us today, he would ask you to protect the fragile Driftless region's natural resources and health and safety of residents of southwestern Wisconsin from the destruction of industrial wind turbines. The Driftless region is a rare, unglaciated region in southwest Wisconsin, unlike any other in the world. The region supports a massive migratory bird population along with critical winter hibernation sites, hibernacula, for Wisconsin's critical bat species. The DNR has declared most of Iowa County as ecologically significant. The DNR has even declared a majority of Iowa County in its map of places not recommended for wind development in Wisconsin. Iowa County is uniquely home to the Southwest Savannah and Western Coulee, both with master plans noting cold water streams, grass and oak savannas, caves, and abandoned mines. The DNR has most of Iowa County designated as highly susceptible for groundwater contamination. The DNR has most of Iowa County designated as 0 to 50 feet of carbonate bedrock per karst and shallow carbonate bedrock maps. This region is highly vulnerable to groundwater contamination as contaminants travel rapidly through infrastructures, sinkholes, caves, bypassing natural soil filtration. I respectfully ask the Natural Resource Board to put on the agenda to take formal action on a resolution to protect all natural resources from current and future industrial wind turbine projects. The DNR has adequate maps and studies to support permit denials and to require environmental impact statements for places not recommended for industrial wind turbine developments in Wisconsin. Thank you.
Thank you. Any clarifying questions? Thank you. And I know we did get written comments from you as well. Really appreciate that.
Great. Thank you.
Okay. Our next speaker virtually is Amy Mueller with the Sierra Club Wisconsin chapter on DNR Beaver Management Plan process. Amy, are you with us? Hi,
Yes,
welcome.
I am. Thank you. Good morning, Chair Schmidt and members of the Natural Resource Board. My name is Amy Mueller, and I'm a volunteer leader with the Sierra Club Wisconsin chapter, representing our 18,000 members across the state on the DNR's Beaver Management Plan Committee. Our Sierra Club members care deeply about science-based natural resource management. Since the beginning of the year, we have been very busy beavers, reviewing research, analyzing best management practices, and helping promote the DNR's public feedback opportunities on beavers during the month of January. One of the most valuable developments of the Beaver Committee process so far was our last committee meeting, when we had the privilege of hearing from Dr. Emily Fairfax. She's a nationally recognized expert in beaver-driven eco-hydrology. Her work has been featured around the world in National Geographic, the BBC, NPR, PBS, and Scientific American, among others. Her presentation, titled Wisconsin Beavers, Balancing Benefits and Conflict Management, was exceptional. She provided clear, evidence-based explanations of how beaver activity influences our hydrology, water quality, biodiversity, and climate resilience. I strongly encourage each of you to watch her recorded presentation because you'll be asked to review and approve the next beaver management plan by the DNR later this year. Watching the presentation will certainly help you with that process. It's essentially a mini masterclass on how valuable these little keystone species are to our state. And hopefully you got my handout with the little beaver. It goes into a little more detail about that, and it has a link to the presentation. For anyone else interested, it is on the DNR webpage for Beaver Management Plan Committee, and just look under the committee meetings tab. I think perhaps the most important takeaway from her time with the committee was Dr. Fairfax's offer to review our draft management plan. She would fact check the scientific claims, provide the latest peer-reviewed research at no cost to the state of Wisconsin. So many committee members, along with myself, expressed strong support for incorporating her expertise. And I'm pleased to share that the Beaver Management Plan Committee sponsor within the department has indicated their willingness to pursue this additional level of outside expert review. I think integrating Dr. Fairfax's insights will help ensure that the plan you receive later this year is grounded in the best available beaver science, reflects current ecological understanding, and positions Wisconsin to manage beavers in a way that supports our biodiversity, climate resilience, and healthy watersheds. Thank you for your time. I respectfully encourage each of you to watch that presentation. It's about an hour time investment, well worth it. And please support the department's commitment to incorporating Dr. Fairfax's expert review along the way to our final beaver management plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amy. Are there any clarifying questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
The next participant here is in person, Rand Atkinson from Star Lake, talking about support for Shoreline Portable Fish Hatchery Initiative. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I'm probably will go over. I thought I had 5, but I'm back to 3. So I'll hand something to her. My name's Rand Atkinson. I spent over 50 years in Wisconsin, and that's how long it took me to become a fish and aquatic ecologist. I want to start out by saying what Aldo Leopold stated, which is very critical, what's happening right now. At what point will government conservation, like a mastodon, become handicapped by its own dimensions? And I believe the Department of Natural Resources has reached that point. Your 2 mission statement to protect our resources and provide recreational opportunity, we're at a point right now. Okay, that's very difficult for you to make decisions and to you go forward. So our northern lakes are very important to us. We call this the Walleye Restoration Foundation. We started in 2000, just 2 years ago, 2024. And our mission was, again, it sounds like your mission statement, protect, conserve, and restore our fisheries through ecological understanding of aquatic systems. That's the point of what we do. Okay, and we have to be in the restoration mode. Okay, conserve, you can buy. Okay, you can protect, you can buy. Okay, but this is an action plan. Our foundation, our efforts, we started in Vilas County. So the science says Vilas County is the heart of the original range of walleyes in Wisconsin. And if you look at Vilas County, it's the headwaters of the Wisconsin River, the headwaters of the Chippewas system, and where I'm working right now to prove our point is the headwaters of the Presque Isle River that goes to Lake Superior. So we got 3 major watersheds. We're coming up with genetic protection for our watersheds, which you've heard, 7 different ones you're going to hear more about in the future. So what we did the first 2 years, these first 2 years, we documented walleye and fish habitat related research and inventories. Okay, DNR data, GLFWIC data, and management. And we even looked at all kinds of data before and after the Voigt decision. We looked at glacial soils and hydrology. What does that have to do with it? I'll get to that in a minute. And habitat and water quality conditions. We've got 30 years of Secchi disc and water quality on lakes in northern Wisconsin, and we've never crossed it with fish habitat. We're doing that. That's what we want to do. I'm trying to hurry.
Okay, so your time is up, but I'll let you make a few closing comments. And I
Okay.
really do encourage you to make sure we have this in writing because we do read this information afterwards.
We've never in 100 years of hatcheries, and even after putting $30 million into our hatchery programs, walleye initiatives coming up next year, we've never considered imprinting, which is really a spawning site fidelity of walleyes. And in the 1997, before we invested all this money, your department, it's Fish Management Report 97, knew about spawning site fidelity, and our hatcheries have never addressed it. What we are doing is we have a portable hatchery that will restore spawning site fidelity and a deep water habitat program to make sure that those young make it out to the deep water for zooplankton so they can be recruited into our field walleye fishery. They aren't recruiting to 15 inches.
Thank you. I think you're like well over your time limit, but I appreciate the information that you have and the work that you're doing. And if you want to complete your testimony by sending us something in writing, that
Okay.
would be great.
And I appreciate that you would cooperate, Secretary and the board, in helping us to go forward with this ecological session and this pilot program we have on Presque Isle Lake. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker we have is virtual, Karen Mahuna, talking about hounding of bears in Wisconsin. Karen, are you with us? She's not online. Right. The next speaker is in person, Chris Klopp, the Southwestern Savannah Regional Master Plan and Broad Incidental Take Permit Authorization for Bats. Welcome, Chris.
Hello, I'm Chris Klopp, and thank you for this opportunity. Having spent 6 years learning about industrial wind turbines, I'm reaching out to you as decision makers to help you understand how these projects threaten our natural resources. In 2019, I discovered a project called Uplands Wind was proposing roughly 180 turbines, 650 feet tall, in the unique and beautiful ecosystem that we call the driftless area. I was shocked and deeply concerned. Today, half of Uplands is poised to make application to the PSC. If approved, it will join 3 other projects and more coming down the pike for the driftless. These projects will permanently damage this beautiful and unique ecosystem. Having the authority and obligation to protect our environment and resources, the department can use the broad incidental take permit for bats to push back against these affronts to our lands. It seems there is an important element missing in the department's rationale for issuing these permits, seeking to allow activities because they have become routine and common, rather than putting limits on activities where they are detrimental to our wildlife, fish and forests, and the ecosystems that sustain all life. Wisconsin Statute 29.604 calls for restricting the taking of endangered and threatened animals and plants, providing authority for how and whether the department issues one. Chapter 44 reiterates that new utility right-of-ways and utility structures are not authorized, and pre-existing utility structures shall be removed or buried whenever practicable. I'm asking the NRB to direct the department to strengthen their protection of eagles, bats, and raptors by not issuing a broad incidental take permit. When issued, make it subject to a limited number of animals and strictly enforced. Empower DNR staff interveners to strongly oppose enforcement of CPCN conditions for wildlife and the environment, preparation, and ask for preparation of a full EIS for all industrial wind turbine projects. I'm also asking for formal action by resolution to protect all natural resources and waters in Yellowstone Lake State Park and Wildlife Area, the DNR Southwest Savannah Regional Master Plan, within Uplands Wind Project areas and all areas in the map of places not recommended for wind project development. And also, I'd like the board to know that EIA data confirms that Wisconsin's electricity has been flat for over 20 years and is predicted to be flat for the foreseeable future. 60% of CO2 reductions are attributed to rooftop solar and increased use of energy efficiency, making these turbines unnecessary. Thank you.
Thank you. Any clarifying questions? Thank you very much, Chris. The next speaker in person is Lisa Braley from Blanchardville, industrial wind turbines related to Yellowstone State Park and Wildlife Area. Welcome, Lisa.
Great, and thank you, Boris. Good morning. My name is Lisa Braley from Lafayette County, Wisconsin. Thank you for allowing me to speak of my concerns of the proposed Pattern Energy LLC industrial wind project near Yellowstone Lake and wildlife areas. My property adjoins Yellowstone Lake and the wildlife areas. My property is fully organic and the Yellowstone River flows through my property and directly into a 450-acre lake in the park. I also have maintained my 1912 barn that I reference as the Bat Hilton. Even though white nose syndrome devastated our bat counts at Yellowstone, my barn sustains a very large number of bats. 4 species, state threatened or listed as species of special concern, live and thrive on my property. The blue Carner butterfly and the rusty patch bumblebee are federally endangered species and are also present on my property. The Southwest Savannah Regional Plan, which covers 100% of Lafayette County, lists 68 animals of special species of greatest conservation need and 26 rare plants. Yellowstone Lake and wildlife areas span 5,000 acres and in 2025 hosted over 230,000 visitors. The park has documented over 170 birds and is a major migration route and rest stop for birds during the spring and fall migrations. The park is an important summer home to the maternity colony of little brown bats. Today, the park is the only place in the United States that is seeing an increase in the little brown bat. The Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources has issued a map of recommended avoidance areas for industrial wind turbines. This map is negligent in protecting our resources. The master plan for the park and wildlife area says, maintain, protect, enhance the park's natural and scenic settings and natural appearing character. There is nothing natural about industrial wind turbines at 657 feet tall being placed on ridge types that will be seen for over 40 miles away, seen for 40 miles away in the daylight and even farther at night with red flashing lights every 3 seconds. My ask of the Natural Resources Board is to require a full EIS be completed in all areas affecting the Southwest Savannah. The PSC has ignored environmental concerns brought to their attention on other projects, and we cannot risk these priceless resources to their disregard. I also ask the NRB to take formal action in the form of a resolution to protect natural resources in the Southwest Savannah Master Plan areas. My final ask is that this subject be added as an agenda item at your next NRB meeting for discussion and action. I sincerely thank you for listening.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any clarifying questions? Okay, thank you. Next in person is Barbara Brown, also going to be talking about the Red Barn Wind Turbine Project. Welcome, Barbara.
Thank you, Chairman Smith and board members for letting me address you today. I'm Barbara Brown from Montford in the unique driftless area. I spent 40 years in the energy industry where I prepared environmental impact studies for large projects. I have direct experience with Badger Hollow Wind and Red Barn turbines. I'm here today to ask the NRB to take formal action to review the actual environmental impact of unrestrained construction of large-scale industrial wind turbines with no siting input from rural communities. Environmental assessments prepared by biased wind power interests are appallingly deficit and don't address potential risks of projects just tossed into the middle of rural villages, schools, parks, and family farms. The Wind Siting Council's minority report has documented such risks, and I ask the NRB to formally set policies to address these inadequate EAs. Residents near a Red Barn turbine have reported nausea, dizziness, brain fog, headaches, and inability to sleep. The spike pressure pulses from Red Barn turbines created by the moving blades passing the tower are being detected by an air pressure monitor at the southwest window of my home. The monitor shows a pressure peak around 1/3 to 1/2 hertz in a frequency known to cause nausea. Pulses have been detected up to 4 miles from the nearest turbine. Wind applicants have done no noise safety testing at these frequencies. We expect similar negative impacts of SPPs on local wildlife, although wildlife can't complain. Farmers have reported adverse impacts on livestock when wind turbines and transmission lines. Could the DNI perhaps probably evaluate SPPs by doing studies before and after on wildlife counts and on wildlife health? Other EA deficiencies. Inadequate EAs don't evaluate risk of lead contamination to ground and surface water from local mines. The wind project applicants do not have plans in place to deal with nacelle fires. During a dry season, it would be difficult for these tiny local fire departments to limit spread through adjoining dry fields. Applicants should prepare a full end-of-life environmental cleanup plan. The lack of escrow funding for decommissioning and cleanup of all toxic materials, including PFAS, causes significant environmental, health, and financial risks to these local communities. I respectfully request a formal NRB resolution to require their staff intervener to take a strong stance on a full environmental impact statement rather than approving environmental assessments for commercial scale wind projects. A full EIS will give local residents assurance that risk factors related to turbines have been adequately addressed. It is not in the public interest to put in such high-risk projects without an unbiased study of health and environmental risks. I request the NRB to place review of environmental impacts of wind turbines on a future monthly agenda to allow better engagement with the public. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any clarifying questions? Thank you. Next speaking is Craig Schmidt, also talking about Yellowstone Lake State Park and, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's right. Yellowstone Lake Park and the Yellowstone Wildlife Area. Welcome, Craig.
Welcome. Thank you. Thank you for the time today, board. I really appreciate it. My name is Craig Schmidt. I live in the town of Fayette in Lafayette County. If you haven't been there, it's the most beautiful place on earth. I live about less than a mile from the Yellowstone River, very near the state park and the state wildlife area there. I'm here to request that you place a moratorium on the acceptance of environmental assessments and require full environmental impact studies for all future energy projects. Pattern, as other commenters have mentioned, is seeking to build 50 to 60, 650 foot plus turbines in the Driftless area. Some of these will be less than a mile from the state park and the wildlife area. At least 6 are in areas that have been specifically called out as areas of avoidance for turbines. It's as if Pattern Energy took the areas of avoidance and decided, hey, this is a good place to put a wind turbine. On top of that, they're also going to be very near the banks of the Yellowstone River, as well as several unnamed streams that flow into the Yellowstone River. The effects of industrial wind turbines on birds and bats is well documented. Regularly, you can see golden eagles, bald eagles, brown bats flying in this area. I would hate to see them destroyed and depriving other Wisconsinites from the enjoyment when they go to seeing these animals when they go to the park. Less talked about is the impact of industrial wind turbines on land mammals. Burrowing animals, specifically badgers, have cortisol rates twice as high when they are within a kilometer of an industrial wind turbine than those that live 10 kilometers away. Higher cortisol rates are indicative of stress and make the animal more prone to illness. In Norway, animals such as reindeer can be displaced by as many as 5 kilometers away from the presence of an industrial wind turbine. This will certainly have a high degree of impact on the animals in the area. And as a consequence, there'll be an impact on those, the enjoyment of those visiting the park. Land animals impacted by the presence of IWTs will have an impact on those that hunt in the wildlife area. Impacts on the visitors of the parks and hunting will have direct impacts on the revenue generated by these activities. Because of all of this, and I got 20 seconds left, so I'll see how many minis I can fit in, and many other reasons, I once again ask for a moratorium on the acceptance of environmental assessments and require full environmental impact statements for all future energy projects. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any clarifying questions? Thank you very much. Next speaker is Howard Hill, talking about encroachment of industrial wind turbines on Yellowstone Lake State Park and Wildlife Area. Welcome, Howard.
And thank you very much, Chair Schmidt and the board. My name is Howard Hill, Lafayette County landowner near Yellowstone Lake State Park and Wildlife Area. I'm an environmental science educator and spent my entire career teaching about alternative energies and maintaining the integrity and sensitivities of ecologies and species. In January, Pattern Energy presented their map of turbine sightings for Uplands East Wind Project. A photo of this map that they presented was overlaid by DNR's migratory bird and bat recommended avoidance areas, showing where in the state turbines should not be built. As GIS was done on a photo, the roads and avoidance areas are approximate, and avoidance areas are shown in polygons in yellow, which are not mentioned on the key. This was just done by GIS on theirs. And you can see, as Mr. Schmidt mentioned, several of these turbines are within the areas designated by the DNR as to avoid the building of turbines. What? Like, holy cow. So we asked the DNR to intervene and enforce the boundaries of your map and keeping them outside of that area. However, furthermore, In the area, bats are considered a keystone species. A keystone at the top of a stone arch keeps it together, and removing it causes the arch or the ecosystem to fail. Southwest Wisconsin boasts one of the only recovering populations of the little brown bat in the country. Yellowstone Lake State Park has one of the largest maternity colonies in the state. The Wisconsin DNR also recognizes hibernacula sites in Blue Mound and Governor Dodge State Parks. Bats are actually drawn to turbines and killed by strike. However, more are actually killed by the pressure changes caused by the turning blades before they even hit them. Because of the little brown bat populations here, with regards to turbines, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service states for critical habitats such as hibernacula or maternity roosts, larger buffers up to 10 miles are required, especially in high-risk areas. We formally asked the board to enforce an environmental impact study and the 10-mile buffer from these parks as per the Fish and Wildlife guidelines. The little brown bat shows us that when state and federal governments can protect land and ecological systems, they restore. Please enforce that 10-mile radius to protect these keystone species from their hibernacula and their maternity roosts in the driftless region, and it shall continue to thrive. And thank you.
Thank you.
So very much.
Any clarifying questions? Thank you. Our next speaker is virtual Gina Metallica. Impact, did I get that right? Close. Welcome. Impact on groundwater and private wells from turbines on karst geology. Go right ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to present to the Natural Resource Board. My name is Gina Metallica. Our property is in Lima Township, and my reason for getting involved is our concern with groundwater and the impact from the installation of 650-foot plus turbines on karst geology with underlying lead and zinc mines. Our entire area and most of the driftless rely on private wells. I was an intervener in the Badger Hollow Wind Project. My direct and my initial brief are submitted as evidence. There are 6 facts which present significant risk to the environment, public health, welfare, and safety per Wisconsin Statute 196.491 3D from placing turbines in the driftless region, which the PSC did not properly take into consideration. These are the reasons why we need a full environmental impact statement. The karst geology that exists in Iowa and Lafayette County is very close to the surface, no more than 0 to 50 feet. On our property, we have bedrock at the surface in one area. The second fact is that the lands lack of superficial glacial deposits or till over the karst bedrock that would provide groundwater filtration. Number 3, the thin soil in the driftless area, called loess, is known for its exceptional fertility and support for agriculture, but it is highly susceptible to erosion, collapsibility, and poor filtration. Number 4, the abandoned lead and zinc mines in Iowa and Lafayette County under the proposed turbine project area that are not accurately mapped. Number 5, the largest concentration of springs and disappearing streams in the state and the country are located right here in the southwest area of Wisconsin. And number 6, Pattern is proposing to build the largest, tallest onshore turbine tower grouping, or just tallest, in the country, 650 feet tall, on karst geology with unmapped underground mines, very thin superficial loess soil, and springs and streams everywhere. All of the references verifying these points are in my direct and initial brief. An example provided to you of a litigated case with documentation for why you do not want to build these large turbines in karst geology is the Ohio Supreme Court decision overruling the Ohio Power Siting Board's issuance of a certificate to build turbines over karst. And in Ohio, they were not even dealing with all the lead and zinc mines and springs and streams present in Iowa and Lafayette County. A full environmental impact study needs to be done before any other turbines are built in the driftless. A moratorium is needed on allowing these projects to proceed with only an environmental assessment. The issue of groundwater movement, groundwater contamination, and groundwater diversion is a serious concern in karst geology, especially with underground mines for all the residents in the driftless, relying on private wells for their drinking water. If they want to do these projects, then well water testing should be done as a baseline on all surrounding private wells by an independent testing facility paid for by the developers. Thank you very much for your time and hearing these very serious environmental issues.
Thank you. Any questions? Bill?
I have one quick one. Gina, thank you very much for your comments and coming before the board. You mentioned in your packet that Ohio case that
Yes.
you sent to us as an example. That resulted in a stipulated agreement at the end of it that enabled the project to go forward, maybe in a different form than when it was originally proposed. What are we to take from that? Is your message one of encouraging some kind of negotiated agreement here on fine points, or is it a different message? I want to make sure I clearly understand what you expect of the board.
There are, because of all the environmental issues that we have in the Driftless region, all of these points that have been brought up by the different speakers have to be taken into consideration before they put any turbines over this land. None of them were taken into consideration in the review in the Badger Hollow Wind project. We presented all the facts, all the reasons why, and none of it was considered. It's going to have the biggest detrimental effect in the state of Wisconsin that's going to obliterate all the wonderful work that your board has done. These things are monstrosities that are going to impact all of us.
Okay, thank you. I understand then that your emphasis here is similar to what we heard from other people, encouraging a full EIS for this project.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mary Jo Oyen in person. Mary Jo, are you here? Oh. Well, you're moving pretty well for.
I had a great surgeon. So that was helpful. But my background, before I went to medical school, was in mechanical engineering. And then I worked for 6 years and then went back and did all of my medical training here at Madison. So I became involved in this after people tried to get our land signed up, and I started looking at it a lot more. So I'm going to address, in September of 2023, Vestas confirmed that epoxy resins containing bisphenol A, or BPA, is used in the manufacture of turbine blades for their wind farms. And Pattern, which is a Canadian-based company, uses the Vestas wind turbines. Bisphenol A is a highly toxic synthetic compound used in plastics and epoxy resins. According to the Swedish Environmental Protection Agency, it's the most toxic substance we know. In April of 2023, the European Food Safety Authority, which is pickier than ours, did a reevaluation of BPA and significantly reduced the tolerable daily intake. That tolerable daily intake, they came up with 0.2 nanograms or 2 billionths of a gram per kilogram of body weight. And that decreased what they had done in 2015 by 200,000 times. That's huge. So it's really toxic. BPA is recognized by the World Health Organization as a neurotoxin and endocrine disruptor. And it's also been linked to 80 diseases, including cancers and reproductive disorders, that can even be lethal to young children. How does it get there? Well, these blades that are coated with the epoxy resin, they shed a fine dust of resin containing BPA throughout their life. The leading edge erosion is a critical and widespread issue. And it's caused by anything striking the blades, because these huge ones that they want to put, biggest in the whole country, inland, they have a speed of like 200 miles per hour at their tips. So anything striking them is going to have so much kinetic energy that it won't take much to start the erosion. And you can imagine trying to maintain this 750 feet in the air. What do you think is going to happen once it starts chipping off? It's going to get worse. They're not going to replace the blades. They can't afford to. So the amounts vary greatly on how much is released by the study. And it depends on who paid for the study, who did this study. You have to start thinking critically. But the wind turbine industry admits to one turbine emitting 62 kilograms, which is 158 pounds of microplastics per year into the atmosphere. Now you have to multiply that by the number of turbines and the life expectancy of a wind farm, and that number gets huge and unmanageable very quickly. And they find their way into our soils, our waterways, the food chain, and eventually onto our tables. And these toxic forever chemicals are not naturally broken down. And how far does it travel? At those wind speeds, they're saying 5 diameters of the base. I think that's preposterous. Anyway, these chemicals move through the atmosphere because they've been found in snow in remote locations. So how far do you think they're going to travel, and how are you going to protect such a huge area? What about disposal? That's really the ticking time bomb. If they go to the landfill, they leach into our groundwater. So while there are many sources for BPA, there's no more potent and unregulated delivery system to spread these toxins into our environment than industrial wind turbines. Contamination and waste management issues with industrial wind turbines are being swept under the rug. It's time that the government stop putting renewable targets ahead of the nation's public health and food security.
I think your time is pretty much up if you want to conclude.
Until these, basically, I'd like the board to take a look at these things, put it on your agenda, and at least at a minimum, get a full environmental impact statement. Thank you.
Any clarifying questions? Thank you.
Okay.
Next speaker in person is Stan Farrell, also talking about wind farm effects on Yellowstone Wildlife Area. Welcome, Stan.
My name is Stan Farrell. I can see Yellowstone State Park from my farm. I lived in this area my entire life. I'm an avid hunter, fisher, gatherer, farmer. I've had an intimate understanding of the local ecology starting in the 60s. I've been involved in farming, fishing, hunting, and I've walked these exact spots where these turbines are going to be built. What I've noticed over the years is that our native animals, birds and fish, have been consistently pushed into smaller and more fragmented areas. Some have disappeared. With the advent of chemicals, the fields have gotten bigger and the ability to crop marginal lands has increased, pushing wildlife into smaller areas. The one positive has been state parks and state wildlife areas, which have been the last safe havens for native species and migratory stopovers. The driftless area is special because its challenges to the large farms due to its topography. It's become a magnet to small Amish organic farms and wildlife enthusiasts. Now enter the wind farms. They're typically concentrated along the ATC transmission line. The ATC transmission line runs west the whole width of the driftless area, east and west, creating an obstacle to the north-south migration of birds and insects. Imagine, if you will, you're a bird, monarch butterfly, migrating north or south into the hum, buzz, electromagnetic field surrounding the ATC. Some will pass, a lot won't. Now, if you take that same east-west line and place 650-foot windmills, or 100 of them, or 200 of them, along that same line with 200-foot blades spinning at 200 miles an hour, creating strike hazards, wind vortices, noises, vibrations, visuals that would put the fear into any migratory bird or insect. Basically creating a dam, a north-south dam on our migration. The damage doesn't stop there. If you put any gyro feature on a metal mass, it will most definitely create a vibration transferred through the ground and through the limestone substrata. I don't know, but I would imagine it would be very detrimental to paraspecies, including reptiles, which cannot run or move away from. So if native species are not threatened enough with the changes in big ag, it would seem illogical to place turbines in these areas. I would think protecting native species in or around state wildlife areas would be imperative to DNR policy. The current setback to a state park, I believe, is 1 mile, and the wildlife area is approximately 1,200 feet. totally unreasonable. I would like to see the DNR put a moratorium on wind farms, at least until a study can be done to assess the impacts and justice setbacks. I would also propose like a 20 to 30 mile wide corridor, at least, maybe wider, going from the Illinois border up through the Driftless area, connecting state parks and state wildlife areas to create, a safe corridor for migratory birds, animals. And thank you.
Thank you. Any clarifying questions? Our next speaker in person is George Schwartzman, talking about PFAS, BPAs, microplastics associated with industrial wind turbines. Welcome, George.
My name is George Schwartzman. I live on my farm in Belmont Township, Southwest Wisconsin, and I'd like to thank the board for your work to preserve our natural resources. I've been investigating industrial wind turbines for about 25 years, and I can tell you that they are the worst way to produce electricity. They are environmental and economic disasters and health and safety hazards. Today, I want to call attention to two groups of toxic chemicals that are used in the manufacture of wind turbine blades, and Dr. Oyen has covered some of these. One is the PFAS, that's polyfluoroalkyl substances, scary. They are nicknamed forever chemicals, and they are used in the protective coating on the blades of industrial wind turbines. With time, this coating breaks down. It erodes, and that erosion is due to environmental stresses such as rain and hail, collision with birds, bats, dust, debris. These PFs, I'll call them, leach from the blades, and they enter the air, soil, groundwater, and then are consumed by people, animals, and fish. Second group of toxic chemicals that Dr. Oyen mentioned are the BPAs. They're released into the environment after this protective coating on the wind turbine blades erodes, and I sent you folks a picture of that erosion. BPA makes up 30 to 40% of the epoxy that is used in the fiberglass that forms the blades. And BPAs, like PFAS, shed into the air, soil, water, contaminating the environment. Another thing, old wind turbine blades that are cut into pieces and stacked or buried in landfills are still leaching these toxic chemicals into the environment. This is a nightmare that is only going to get worse. These toxins cause a multitude of well-documented diseases in humans and animals, as Dr. Oyen mentioned. I would like to ask the Natural Resource Board to pass 3 resolutions. One, asking the PSC for a moratorium on all wind turbine construction until more research on these toxic chemicals can be done. Pass a resolution, number 2, asking for a state law prohibiting the landfill of wind turbine blades anywhere in the state of Wisconsin. We don't want these. And finally, a resolution passed by the board requiring the PSC to do an environmental impact statement for all wind turbine projects in Southwest Wisconsin. And to summarize here, I would just like to say that the driftless area of Southwest Wisconsin is just too residential and too environmentally sensitive for these destructive industrial wind turbines. Thank you.
Thank you. Any clarifying questions? Our next speaker is Pete Morris, addressing us virtually on industrial wind turbines, data centers, and their impact on the driftless region. Welcome, Pete.
Hi, thank you. Again, this is Pete Morris from Mount Hope. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. I respectfully ask the Natural Resources Board to introduce a formal resolution to protect the water and wildlife of the state of Wisconsin. The Natural Resources Board needs to compel the Wisconsin DNR to require environmental impact statements before granting approvals and permits for large-scale solar developments, industrial wind turbine projects, and data centers. Additionally, the DNR needs to put stringent, measurable, and enforceable testing and consumption regulations in place before approving permits for high-capacity wells required for data centers and other mega facilities that will suck millions of gallons of water from our aquifers annually. When it comes to our water and our wildlife, there are no second chances to get it right. During my public testimony as part of the Public Service Commission proceedings for the Badger Hollow Wind Project in 2025, many of us, some of whom are here today, spoke very loudly about our concerns that were summarily dismissed by the PSC. Lead was first discovered by European settlers in southwest Wisconsin in 1827. For the next 150 years, subterranean shafts and tunnels were dug beneath the surface. For decades, tons of lead and zinc tailings have been in these abandoned mines and have been undisturbed, many of these mines which are now flooded. A logical person would conclude that the combination of these factors in the Badger Hollow area would make it a recipe for unprecedented risks to our surface and groundwater. There's relatively shallow water table, as Gina mentioned earlier. Now let's start digging foundations that can support a 650-foot wind turbine filled with hundreds of gallons of petroleum-based lubricants. Combine that with the mining history, the region's karst geology, and the extensive use of ag chemicals over the past 60 years. Non-participating landowners and communities are shouldering an enormous risk. The due diligence wasn't done in this case to assure that human drinking water wasn't negatively impacted. We shouldn't be surprised that little concern has been paid to the fate of wildlife either. The bald eagles, birds, bats, and other species of southwest Wisconsin don't have an opportunity to oppose the desecration of their habitat. The Wisconsin DNR has adequate maps and studies to support permit denials and to provide environmental impact statements for the places not recommended for wind project development in Wisconsin. In 2024, I had two very skeptical DNR experts visit a cave that was not on their radar in southwest Wisconsin. They discovered both state and federally protected bats in that sand cave. The bat population has already been decimated by white nose syndrome. Now we're considering even more broad incidental permits for bats in the state. That's just crazy. So again, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I would implore the members of the Wisconsin Natural Resources Board to take measures now that will ensure future generations of Wisconsinites can enjoy the water and wildlife the Wisconsin DNR is currently failing to protect. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any clarifying questions? Thank you. Our next speaker is Linda Grice, who's also appearing virtually, and she will be talking about PFAS, BPAs, and fiberglass leaching out of wind turbine blades.
Yes, thank you for allowing me to speak today. I want to introduce myself first. I'm a farmer, a long-term farmer. I have spent my lifetime trying to protect the soil and water wherever I have farmed. I'm an early adapter of lots of conservation practices, including cover crops, no-till, those types of things. And I've really worked, and I think most farmers really work at caring for the soil and water on their farms. But at this point, I want to talk to you because I'm really concerned about the degradation of the local ecosystems and the effect on humans and animals of the PFAS that are being produced by these wind turbines. I was a participant in the hearing for the Badger Hollow Wind Farm, and at that time we were told that these epoxy coatings that some of the people have been talking about are needing to be replaced maybe every 2 years. So they're eroding off at a fast rate, and they're dropping on the soil, flying through the air. We're breathing them. And then with our karst geology, they even Badger Hollow, people had a scientist there that said that the water in this karst geology carries toxins like the PFAS horizontally, and it will go directly into our water. We depend on our water to drink, Our livestock depends on the water to drink. Wildlife depends on water. And the last thing we want to do is contaminate. There are pervasive and environmental and health challenges posed by PFAS within renewable energy infrastructure, such as solar panels, wind turbines, and batteries. And PFAS, they're often termed forever chemicals due to their extreme resistance to environmental degradation, represent an escalating global crisis. Other countries are recognizing this far ahead of the United States, and it's time we started paying attention before we have a Superfund cleanup site made out of Southwest Wisconsin. That would be a horrible thing to happen to such a beautiful area. These chemicals are essential for certain industrial applications and are increasingly recognized for their role in long-term environmental contamination, bioaccumulation, and biomagnification in food chains. In renewable energy technologies, PFAS are used in coatings, composites, and cooling systems to enhance performance and durability. However, their persistence creates contamination risk during production, operation, and disposal. Evidence links PFAS exposure to serious human health impacts, including cancer, immune suppression, and endocrine disruption, and neurodevelopmental issues. Furthermore, the contamination of ecosystems affecting soil, water, and wildlife has significant social economic repercussions for our farming communities and our entire ecosystem.
Okay, Linda, yeah, you're far exceeding your time limit. I appreciate your comments, and I think we've got the message. If there's any concluding statement you want to make, go ahead, and then we'll move on.
I'd just like to ask for a comprehensive study of the damage these things could do to our environment and to our communities before we go ahead with any more wind turbine installation or solar installations. Thank you. Appreciate
Thank
your
you.
time.
Thank you very much. Okay. Our last speaker is virtually Stu Soper. We'll be also discussing wind turbines in the Fayette area. Go ahead, Stu. Welcome.
Thank you. I think I'm probably going to sound like a broken record this morning, but good morning and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Stu Soper and I serve as a town clerk for the town of Fayette in Lafayette County. I'm just here to explain how the proposed industrial wind development that would affect our community environmentally, economically, and in terms of public health and safety, and why we need stronger partnership from the Department of Natural Resources. First, our landscape is uniquely sensitive. Fayette sits on karst geology, where fractures and sinkholes create direct pathways from the surface to groundwater. Any blasting, deep excavation, or road cutting for these 600 to 700 foot turbines can alter water flow or introduce contaminants into private wells. We also have cold water trout streams that depend on stable groundwater inputs. These are resources that the DNR already recognizes as high value and vulnerable. Second, our area contains documented bat habitat, including active bat caves and hibernacular. We have the northern long-eared bats that are federally endangered species, along with little brown and tricolored bats, both that are state listed. These species rely on our forest edges, riparian corridors, and underground hibernation sites. Industrial wind turbines are known as a mortality risk, especially during migration and fall swarming. Yet under current sitting laws, towns cannot require independent bat studies, acoustic monitoring, or turbine-free buffers around the hibernacular. This leaves both the species and the town exposed. Third, we have a responsibility to protect the health and safety of our residents. Fayette relies almost entirely on private wells, and our karst terrain means any disturbance can directly affect our drinking water. Heavy construction traffic from oversized loads affect road safety and emergency response times. And turbines of this size bring noise, shadow flicker, and winter ice throw risks that the PSC 128 does not fully account for in a landscape like ours. Our residents deserve reasonable protections. Fourth, Yellowstone Lake State Park is one of the county's most important economic engine. It is our township's largest landowner. The park brings in tens of thousands of visitors each year, supporting local restaurants, campgrounds, and small businesses. Families come for fishing, boating, hiking, and wildlife viewing, including eagles and bats. If the landscape around the park becomes an industrial zone of 600 to 700 foot turbines, the visitor experience changes. That affects tourism revenue, local jobs, and long-term economic stability for our rural communities. Protecting the park's scenic and ecological value is not just an environmental issue, it's an economic one. Fifth, the regulatory structure leaves small towns without the tools to protect these resources. Under PSC 128, we cannot require hydrogeologic studies, wildlife impact assessments, bat hibernacular mapping, or independent environmental review. Yet we are the ones who will live with the consequences if the groundwater is disrupted, if endangered bats are harmed, or if tourism declines. What we're asking is just for simple partnership. We need the DNR to provide specific environmental guidance with large wind projects that are proposed. Ensure bat, hibernacular, eagle habitat, and wildlife corridors are respected in city decisions. Recognize the economic importance of Yellowstone Lake State Park and protect the visitor experience. Support independent review so rural towns are not forced to make these decisions without the data. Fayette is not opposed to renewable energy. We are opposed to being placed in a position where we lack the authority and information to protect our residents, our water, and our wildlife and our local economy. Thank you very much for your time and considering the needs of our rural communities as you evaluate these impacts.
Thank you very much. Any clarifying questions? Thank you. Appreciate all of the comments that people provided, both virtually and in person. It's been very informative and well worth our time. So thank you, everyone. So that concludes our open forum. The next set of items we have before us are informational items, and I would suggest that we get through, I shouldn't say get through, that we address a few of these before we take perhaps a break, a 15-minute break, and then keep moving on with the agenda. Is that okay? So we'll go through at least the first couple and see where folks are from a break perspective. So item 6A is the 2026 Wisconsin Conservation Congress Spring Hearing Agenda. Rob Bowman is here with the as the Wisconsin Conservation Congress Chair virtually. Welcome, Rob. Thank you for your participation.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Schmidt, Secretary Young, and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to present the WCC's questions for this year's Spring Hearing Questionnaire. I'm Rob Bowman, Chairman of the Wisconsin Conservation Congress. Started out with 78 resolutions submitted by citizens this last year. 72 of those resolutions passed in their county and were assigned to one of our advisory committees for review. 31 of those resolutions were supported by our advisory committees and forwarded to our district leadership council for further consideration at our recent meetings back in October and January. The DLC rejected 8 of those resolutions and referred one back to committee for further discussion. The 22 advisory questions that are before you today are being advanced for inclusion of this year's Spring Hearing Questionnaire. These questions will be used to gauge the public's opinion on a variety of natural resource issues. The annual Department of Natural Resources and Wisconsin Conservation Congress Spring Hearings will be held in person and online this year. The in-person input will be on Monday, April 13th, with doors opening at 6 p.m. DNR staff presentations will be from 6:30 to 7, followed by elections of WCC delegates from 7 to 7:30. From 7:30 to 9, we'll go through the spring hearing questions and any citizen resolutions that were submitted in their county. Online input will begin at 6 p.m. on Monday, April 13th, and continue until 6 p.m. on April 15th. Citizen resolutions had to be submitted by February 9th this year. And I'd like to mention that we had 16 of our delegates that stepped up and offered to help citizens with writing their resolutions. The review process for these resolutions that were submitted has already begun. Resolution authors or a designated representative must show up in person on April 13th for their resolutions presented for input. We're also allowing citizens to submit their resolutions the night of the spring hearings. This year's format was supported by our district leadership council, our meeting in January. And our 92nd annual convention will be held at the Tundra Lodge Resort Water Park and Conference Center in Green Bay on May 14th, 15th, and 16th. That's it.
You guys have been busy. Are there any questions for Rob? I don't see any. Thank you for all of your hard work and your work with the partners throughout the state. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. And we'll see you in May.
Absolutely. All right, the next information item is the 2026 Fisheries Management Spring Hearing Agenda for advisory questions. Kari Lee Zimmerman, Fisheries Regulation and Policy Specialist.
Good morning again, Chair Schmidt, Secretary Huen, members of the board. I am Kari Lee Zimmerman, still with the Fisheries Bureau, and I'm pleased, haven't changed. Pleased to be here again to talk to you about the fisheries side of the spring hearing agenda. In even numbered years, the department asks advisory questions to get feedback that will later inform possible future rule change proposals. And so this year we are asking questions. We have 4 questions related to 2 different topics. The first one relates to the removal of 3 fish refuges on the Mississippi River that are no longer or not biologically necessary. There's still the restricted area around these dams, which is from the Army Corps of Engineers, but the refuges prohibit fishing only, and the biologists there don't see a biological reason for continuing to have those prohibitions. So we have 3 questions on that. And the other question relates to a catch and release season following the harvest season for Lake Sturgeon on the Little Yellow Lake and those surrounding water bodies. That's a unique fishery because it's a shared tribal fishery, and also it has a resident sturgeon population, so it's a little bit different than some of the other ones where they have migrating sturgeon coming in and out of the system. So asking if they would like to increase opportunity by having a catch and release season following the harvest season, which would be about 15 days in October. So those are the 4 questions that Fisheries is presenting to the public this year. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have about our questions.
Any questions? Can I just do a quick check on who we have virtually from the board? Do we still have Doug and Deb?
Yep.
Okay.
Still here, Chair. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks. We had been seeing you kind of on the side screen here, but I hadn't seen you for a little bit. I just wanted to make sure that we hadn't lost you.
Not lost.
We would try to find you, trust me. So any questions for Kari? All right. So let's go to the next one. Thank you, Kari.
Thank you.
The 2026 Wildlife Management Spring Hearing Agenda of Advisory Questions with Scott Carroll, Wildlife Regulation Policy Specialist. Welcome.
Just like still Scott Carroll, still at Wildlife, right? Just as Kari mentioned, this is an advisory year for wildlife questions, so we take this opportunity to, there's not as much pressure along with a potential rule, so we ask questions that we're looking to just generally get feedback on, including some things that may need legislation, which I'll briefly go over. We have 7 questions this year on the agenda. The first 2 would require a legislative change. You may remember from last month, we're working on an elk scope statement regarding doing separate drawings. We wanted to ask this question because it would kind of remove the need for some of that, the rulemaking, but we're still moving forward with the rule. But it would be something that instead of requiring a lifetime license for both antlerless and antlered elk, we would just ask that the antlerless once in a lifetime restriction be removed. Additionally, we had a sharp-tailed grouse season for the first time in 9 years this year. And what we found was that we had 24 permits available for over 400 applicants. So because there was a gap in applications, if you didn't apply several years before the last time we offered a season, you had a zero chance of getting a permit this year. We felt like, based on the low number of permits that are likely to be available in the next coming years, it might be better to have a true random draw versus having a preference point system, which is required in statute. Number 3, allowing overnight blinds or portable stands on department-owned properties south of 64 for holders of disabled permits. It's currently only allowed north of Highway 64 for everybody, but some of our disabled hunters have made it known that it's very difficult to bring in and move out a stand overnight every single day. So this might be an accommodation for them to take part in these properties south of 64. So we're asking that question. The next one is kind of a relic, and I asked about this a while ago, and why do we have separate rabbit seasons? So we have a north and south zone. The north season starts earlier than the south season, and what I could find out was that there was always this historic concern over disease, that it was, if you started your rabbit season too early in the south, that there was a disease concern specific to tularemia. Talked with our state vet. We looked at other states. They have a single rabbit season that starts early in September. So looking to maybe simplify our rules by having a single rabbit season. Number 5 was a question that originated as a Congress resolution last year. You may remember there are holiday hunt and extended archery are coupled. So if you wanted to have an extended archery, you first have to have a holiday hunt. There was a question last year at the spring hearings regarding removing them so you could have a extended archery without a holiday hunt. That question was forwarded to our Deer Advisory Committee, and they thought, well, why don't we just ask the question about, could we just extend the archery season in the farmland zone to January 31st across the board? So that's where this originated from. It came out of a kind of a tweak of a Congress question. Allow bobcat hunting at night. It's one of the few fur bearer species that you can hunt that you can't also hunt at night. Would be similar to the question we're asking. You wouldn't allow pursuit of hounds at night, but it would just be like coyotes, foxes, where you could call at night. So unsure how that one will go, whether or not that'll increase wait times for a permit for if it's increased success rate. So we'll kind of see what the public thinks about this one. And then finally, this is another relic that I dug up about why do we, on certain days in October, for certain seasons, we start the season at 9 o'clock. And what I could find was that this tied to the pheasant season. There used to be a later opener. It was like noon or 2 o'clock. And then we took it back because people were concerned that if it was hotter in the day, the dogs would get overworked. And then so they pushed it back to 9 o'clock. But we start other seasons at 9 o'clock during that, or at the regular shooting hours at that time. So we're kind of, do people think we still need a 9 o'clock opener for pheasant? And I think it's bobwhite quail and Hungarian partridge. So those are the questions we'll be asking, and I'd be happy to answer any questions about our questions.
I was just curious about the extended bow and crossbow season to January 31st. There must be a point there where the bucks are starting to lose their antlers, and if you've already cashed in on your buck tag, that there's concern that you might be shooting a buck that's lost its antlers.
Well, so the extended archery, I think it's, obviously it's either sex, so it's not like we're putting a doe only season out there. We do have that doe season in from December to January 1st. I don't know if there's a real concern about that regardless, because I mean, many of our southern farmland counties already extend out because of the holiday hunt. This was just make it across the board. Anecdotally, I went out the other day and I saw 3 bucks still holding antlers like 2 weeks ago. So, it just kind of depends on the animal and how much stress they have and the factors that they're getting. But, I've heard of other people harvesting antlerless deer that had dropped in the holiday hunt. So really, is it going to make a population difference? Probably not.
Well, I'm not thinking population, but I was hunting January 31st on my stand and saw that I had already filled my buck tag and was thinking about taking some more does, and I saw this lone deer coming through, and I thought, my God, is that a buck, or it's not with a bunch of other does? I'm thinking,
Sure.
I was picking up some cameras that some of the deer had 1 antler, so I knew that they were starting to drop. So it gets to a question in my mind when I start hunting those late seasons. I don't want to take a buck, by mistake, but
Yep, and hopefully because it's archery, it's closer range. You might be able to see where the antlers were, pedestals or whatever, and then people can make that decision. But yeah, we don't get a lot of, I would say, harvest during the extended archery, but it's just extra opportunity for people who want to take part in that.
No, appreciate it.
Bill?
I'd just like to, and pardon my interruption here, Scott, this isn't all about you, but it's more of a summary comment on the spring hearing process and the questions. The board got some written correspondence from citizens relative to some of the questions that they found distasteful or inappropriate, and kind of preempted the whole spring hearing process, asked the board maybe to pull this or do that, or at least to get their opinion in ahead of the process. I just wanted to emphasize that this whole spring hearing is to hear questions that sometimes are controversial, or they're questions that have people have strong opinions, and it gives you a chance to express your opinion in your voice. And those people that chose to communicate directly with the board at this point, I encourage you to participate in the spring hearing process as well. And we look forward to your advice and all the other people that do that. It's a great opportunity for citizen participation and one that we find valuable.
Yep. And then, you know, as a reminder, these questions will go to the full Congress delegation in May, and then we'll come back in about June to the board to report on how they did, and then maybe give you an idea of where we see these things going. Like you mentioned, there's nothing preeminent here about we're going to come with a rule immediately. We may do absolutely no rulemaking off of this, just based off the feedback we received. You know, if it's tight or if it gets voted down, you know, there's a higher likelihood we may just say, okay, that was the input we received, and that's what we wanted. So
thanks, Scott. That's a very important point, because there are, if any of these move forward, there's future opportunities for the public to weigh in on them before
Absolutely.
they're decided or implemented. Thanks.
Thank you.
I just want to kind of reaffirm, Bill, what you said, that it's really important for people to get engaged on these topics and participate in the Conservation Congress. They are, by statute, our advisors on citizen input, so it's really important that people find out about them. There's a really great website, web page on the department's website if you're not familiar with the Conservation Congress, where they have their meetings. You know, that kind of information is all available on the DNR website if you use the Google and just type in Wisconsin Conservation Congress. It will get you to the place where you need to be. So I encourage people to do that, and hopefully we'll see participation at the county hearings that are coming up. Yeah. So thanks.
All right. Thank you.
And that applies to all of these questions that have come before us, both from Rob and Fisheries and Wildlife as well. So I'm going to suggest that we take a 15-minute break now, and then we'll be more comfortable in the two remaining presentations that come before us on the agriculture and water quality for nutrient loss reduction and the deer season. So if we'll come back here at 12:15. Thank you. I know. We'll go ahead and get started. We've got two informational items before us, both of great importance, and I appreciate the time staff are putting into these. So will we start with item D, overview of the Office of Agriculture and Water Quality and progress on statewide nutrient loss reduction strategy. Jeffrey Volz, the Director of the Office of Agriculture and Water Quality. Thanks, Jeffrey, and welcome. And
Thank you.
appreciate hearing what you have to say.
Thank you, Chair Schmidt, Secretary Yoon, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to present an update on the Office of Water Quality and our progress towards advancing a nutrient loss reduction strategy in the state of Wisconsin. Today, I'm going to spend a few minutes bringing the Natural Resources Board up to speed on our work in the office, as well as how the office was created and how we're developing the nutrient loss reduction strategy collaboratively with partners, stakeholders, and where Wisconsin stands today in aligning science, policy, and practice. This coming October, the office will celebrate its 5th birthday, and we believe the rationale for creating the office is as compelling today as it was nearly 5 years ago. Simply put, the office was created with the intention of unifying agricultural and water quality work within the Department of Natural Resources and improve collaboration with partners, specifically the agricultural community. Speaking metaphorically, we see the office like the hub of a wheel, bringing people and programs together to turn good science and on the ground incremental forward progress. The office's ethos is anchored upon 3 pillars: partnerships, science, and policy. While a lot of our focus is external, and specifically with the agricultural community, the collaboration extends across divisions within the department and with key partners at the federal, the state, and the local level. As this slide notes, the Office of Ag and Water Quality is investing in science. Applied research will help us understand what works on farms, why it works, and how to scale it up. The science we are funding is Wisconsin-focused, utilizing on-farm data from Wisconsin farms, and in partnership with the University of Wisconsin Discovery Farms. The feedback from the agricultural and academia community is encouraging, even if the office isn't working nearly fast enough. There's palpable appetite for science to help farmers make in-field decisions, especially using Wisconsin data to inform their decisions that maintain their yields and also protect water quality. In addition to the agricultural practice research we are funding in the office, we're also partnering with the University of Wisconsin-Madison and several other universities within the system on social and economic science assessments, as well as coordinating a statewide nutrient evaluation. Need to kind of zoom out a little here. While working with partners to advance science that can benefit farmers, we're also advancing the nutrient loss reduction strategy, a tool we see as a guiding framework to align public and private efforts to reduce nutrient losses statewide. Our efforts are aimed at connecting people and programs, funding streams across basins, watersheds, farm fields, agencies, and partners. We're doing this so Wisconsin can measure progress, both consistently and with the hope of directing resources where they're going to matter the most. Unlike past efforts in this space, we see the NLRS as a vehicle for engaging stakeholders and partners on solutions. With financial assistance from US EPA, the office is spearheading a broad and comprehensive process. We're listening to farmers, we're listening to conservation professionals, and we're listening to agricultural organizations. To shine a light on the staff efforts on this front, over the course of 2025, staff from our office or my office conducted over 70 separate interviews with over 200 individuals to understand what's working, what's not working, and where farmers, agronomists, and conservationists see opportunity. The process and focus is co-led with our partners. We are not doing this alone. Our partners include Department of Agriculture, Trade, and Consumer Protection, NRCS, Wisconsin Land and Water, which represents all 72 counties in the state,
University of Wisconsin, UW Extension, and USGS. And we're doing this to ensure that there is shared ownership and consistent communication across the agricultural community, as well as agencies that work in this space. I'll note that while it's really enjoyable and valuable to interview farmers and agronomists and stakeholders, that's not all we do. To leverage the feedback from the 200 interviews, we hosted the Agricultural and Conservation Roundtable in Plover, Wisconsin on a cold and snowy day in December of last year. I want to personally thank Chair Schmidt and Rachel Barresso for attending and sharing the day with us. Your participation, it mattered, and people noticed, so thank you. This event was a turning point for this agency and for the office. If you can believe it, we had over 100 farmers show up and spend the day with us. And they showed up not because we were talking about a rule, but we were going to be talking about the future. And I think that's noteworthy. In addition to the 100 farmers, we enjoyed the benefit of having agronomists, conservationists, academia, and agency staff lean in for an entire day of problem solving. As mentioned, farmers, agronomists, and conservationists work together cooperatively towards common goals and to address real challenges. In addition to the two of you and Rachel, I wanted to note that we had 23% of Wisconsin producer-led watershed groups have a representative attend, for a total of 11 producer-led watershed groups. We had 30 individuals representing 12 different ag trade associations, whether that's Grassworks, Dairy Business Association, Corn Growers Association, the list goes on. We had 10 county conservation department staff, or 10 county conservation departments and their staff show up, and we had 7 different NGOs, whether that's Pheasants Forever, Wisconsin River Alliance, Clean Wisconsin, or the Upper Mississippi River Basin Association. It was truly a representation of Wisconsin's diversity and included our friends from Minnesota. As I mentioned, together with over 150 engaged stakeholders and partners, we spent the day working through 5 themes that are shown on the screen here. These 5 themes succinctly capture the core opportunities for advancing conservation in Wisconsin. As each of you can probably imagine, each theme has a number of actionable steps, from strengthening local leadership and communication networks to improving tools and aligning funding. The feedback that we received from farmers, agronomists, crop consultants, academia, conservationists, all of that is going to directly inform the nutrient loss reduction strategy, which we will complete by the end of this year. Unfortunately, we don't have time today to highlight all that we're going to do following that meeting, but I do want to highlight a few things that we believe speak to the asks that we received from farmers, from agronomists, and from county conservationists, as well as members of the environmental community. Noteworthy, perhaps, is that the office will be partnering and providing funding to UW Discovery Farms to offer unique opportunities to farmers, to producer-led watershed groups, agronomists, and crop consultants to participate in Wisconsin's Water and Soil Health Conference. And if you haven't heard of it, the WASH Conference is Wisconsin's premier forum for on-farm research, soil health, and water quality for farmers and ag professionals. In addition to that, we're supporting UW Discovery Farms to take the WASH Conference out on the road, to have the conversations in the field with conservationists, farmers, and members of our agency, as well as our partners. Lastly, I'll call attention to the fact that we're supporting the university's desire to update Wisconsin's nutrient application guidelines, something that the state has not done in over 12 years. As I mentioned, we don't have the time to detail all the efforts and all of the projects that we're investing in, but I do look forward to sharing with you more in the future. To wrap up the discussion today and to forecast where we're headed over the summer and fall, like I mentioned just a few moments ago, by year's end, we're going to finalize the NLRS using inputs from the stakeholders that participated in December 9th, as well as all of our partners who've been working diligently for over 2 years. We're going to be working to align research and funding priorities, identify measurable goals, and continue to collaborate with producer-led watershed groups and partners. If time allows, we welcome the opportunity to come back and speak with you again before the end of the year. And we just want to thank you for the work that you do, and most importantly, for sharing a few short minutes of your time with me today. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, I just wanted to say thank you.
Are there questions from the board?
I just want to say this, it's nice to know there's all this collaboration and teamwork and all these people coming together. That's really, there isn't a person in Wisconsin who doesn't want clean water and appreciate the work that's being done. Make sure it's there for us.
Thank you.
Oh, Rachel. Awesome.
Hi, we're on a lunch break here, but I was happy to pop back on and see Jeffrey's presentation. In that presentation, he said that this was kind of a turning point, and I couldn't agree more. I really commend the work of Jeffrey, as well as the Office of Ag and Water Quality, your whole team, for really taking that event, taking all the feedback. The proposed list of projects and investments really target a lot of the goals that we've all been looking for in this ag and conservation sphere that we all reside in. So way to go. Thank you.
Thank you,
I look
Rachel.
forward to the year ahead.
Likewise.
Any other comments? Jeffrey, I would just reiterate, I was really impressed at the ability of the people in the farming community to really speak their minds and feel that you provided them with a safe environment to be heard. And I think that meant a lot, and it was great to see. I just thought there was really good conversation, and that made me optimistic that when you have that kind of communication opportunities, then you have more opportunities for collaboration because you have a more trusted relationship. So
Thank you. We're pretty hopeful too. Appreciate your time.
thanks. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, up next, last but not least, by any means, is the report of the 2025-26 deer seasons, and we have a number of different speakers. So Aline Klejcek first will come and talk from Customer and Outreach Services and the director of that program. And Andy Sedlacek will join us virtually, who's our communications director, Casey Krieger from our chief warden, and Ryan Heffley will follow, the acting deer program specialist. So welcome, Aline, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Secretary Hune, Chair Schmidt, and members of the board. My name is Aline Klejcek, and I'm the Program Director for Customer and Outreach Services. Thank you for having us here today, and I'm happy to get us started on the 2025 deer season recap. First, I just want to highlight the amount of collaboration that occurs during the deer season and that goes into all the work that we do. The collaboration with our department, with the Office of Communication, PSRP, Wildlife, and IT. The Deer Management Unit changes had the potential to lead to confusion for hunters, but because of the hard work of all the groups involved, we were able to provide communication and tools to help customers understand and successfully navigate the changes. It was also exciting to see so many customer service staff provide ideas that would help customers understand the changes. For example, we were able to work with GIS and IT staff to add the Deer Management Unit layer to the PALS application. We then were able to train our staff on that application, and they could walk customers through the DMU changes and help them understand where they were going to be hunting. So now to the numbers. Licensed sales were steady this year with 792,969 sales as of January 14th, 2026. Crossbow hunting continues to increase in popularity, with 3,000 more crossbow licenses sold this year than last year, while the other type of licenses did decrease slightly. In 2025, we saw 60,281 conservation patron license sales. This is about 1,000 more than last year, but over the last 5 years, there has been an increase of almost 17,000 conservation patron licenses sold. Our highest sales continue to be on Orange Friday, so the Friday before the gun deer season opener, with over 100,000 licenses being sold that day. It is good news that not as many people are waiting until the last minute, however, to buy their licenses. There were fewer sales in the 8 days prior to the gun deer season opener, with 39% of sales occurring this year in those 8 days, while in past years, we have seen over 50% of sales occurring during those last 8 days. Go Wild and the integrated game registration system continue to perform well for our customers with no outages during the gun deer season. Our highest average order per minute was 157 orders. This occurred over a 4-hour period on Orange Friday. We do continue to see an increase in online sales, with 70% of our sales occurring online. 29% of our sales occur at agent locations, and 1% of our sales occurring at our 13 service centers. Service center locations continue to make up a large segment of our top sales locations, with 6 of them in the top 30 sales locations, and Fleet Farm also being a top sale agent location, specifically the one in Appleton, the Fleet Farm in Appleton. So on to hunter demographics. We had a total of 40,348 new hunters this year, and an increase in new female hunters from last year. Mentored sales grew almost 5% to 19,561 sales, while the oldest new buyer was 93 years old. They bought a new buyer gun deer license. Females make up 11% of our license sales. This continues to increase, especially in the new buyer, where 23% were female. Crossbow has the highest percentage of women across all sales at 12.5%. And our older generation continues to participate in the gun deer tradition, with approximately 10,000 customers in the 81 to 89 age range and 677 customers 90 and over. Our oldest male license buyer was 101 years young, and our oldest female license holder was 98. Sales continue to come from diverse locations, with sales from all 50 states, Puerto Rico, Washington, D.C., and from 27 different countries. The top 5 states, I think, have stayed relatively the same, but the top 5 states other than Wisconsin for license sales, Minnesota, Illinois, Michigan, Florida, and Iowa. And non-residents make up approximately 6% of all license sales. So our customer service. The day before the gun deer opener, as I had said, remained our peak sales volume, but also our peak call volume day for the season, with the staff answering 2,175 calls. The peak call volume hour was between 10 and 11 a.m. on Friday, November 21st, with 218 calls answered. Of the 6,936 calls answered in the week before November 22nd, 97% of the calls were answered within 1 minute, and the average speed of answer was 16 seconds. On that Friday, November 21st, 73% of our calls were related to hunting, including CWD, Game Reg, Safety Ed, and DMU updates, or they were related to the use of Go Wild. And for that week before the gun deer opener from November 17th to November 21st, 65% of calls were hunting or Go Wild related. Customer and outreach service staff continue to perform at the highest level, with customers commenting on their extreme kindness, helpfulness, knowledge, and ability to solve problems quickly. The staff are enthusiastic and do a great job of promoting the DNR with professionalism, leaving customers with a strong positive impression. It takes a lot of people to make sure that the gun deer season goes smoothly, and I want to thank the customer and outreach service staff for their commitment to our customers and the great Wisconsin gun deer tradition. Thank you.
Do we want to take questions individually, or do we want to wait till all the presentations are done?
Let's wait till they're all done.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I think next up is Andy Sedlacek online. Andy, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you see me and hear me?
We hear you. We don't see you.
Okay. I'm not sure what to do about that.
What's that? Oh, all right.
Okay. Well, it's okay if you can't see me.
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay. All right.
I
Thank
would
you.
draw a little picture if I could, but
You know what I look like. All right. All right. Thanks, Aline. So good afternoon, Chair Schmidt, Secretary Hyun, and members of the board. My name is Andy Sedlacek, and I'm the Communications Director for the DNR. First, I want to underscore the collaboration that Aline just mentioned. It truly takes a village within the agency to ensure a successful deer hunting season for the state. So now I will share some brief highlights for the 2025 deer season from the perspective of the Office of Communications. This deer season was very similar to past seasons for our team, with lots of attention from the public on the DNR social media platforms, as well as from our media partners. We did, however, make a change in our paid advertising efforts, which I'll share more about in a bit. And our team of public information officers is now quite experienced when it comes to deer season, with everyone having at least 3 seasons now under their belts. But I would still like to recognize and share my appreciation of our team's hard work in making all of this happen. I also cannot forget to thank our staff in wildlife, COS, PSRP, and I may be forgetting some others, but everyone who helps us respond to the many media inquiries that we receive before, during, and after the season, as well as all the questions and comments we receive from the public via social media and email. So with that, starting off with traditional media, in 2025, we sent out 23 news releases and held 5 media briefings regarding deer season. In addition to this, the greater DNR team, so Wildlife, PSRP, COS, completed 135 media interviews to help us get the word out about the season. That is that is not correct. So all of that coverage exceeded 10 billion views across almost 10,000 total media mentions. I'd also like to point out that this media coverage is the equivalent of $124 million had we paid for the same amount of coverage as advertising. So I would be remiss if I didn't thank our media partners for helping tell the story of deer hunting in Wisconsin with their extensive coverage of us. Go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So let's look now at the social media side of the season. So during the entire deer season, the DNR published 99 pieces of content across all of our DNR social media platforms. We published 34% fewer posts in 2025 compared to 2024, but our reach was much greater this year with over 9.5 million impressions compared to 8 million in 2024. All of those social media posts generated 32,000 clicks to the DNR website to access our deer hunting resources. Additionally, our social media team of 4 who handle our social media efforts along with their other public information officer duties stayed super busy during November, reading and responding to over 8,300 comments and direct messages related to deer hunting. This is almost twice as many as we received in the 2024 season, which shows that the public still quite heavily utilizes social media platforms to engage with the DNR, get their questions answered, get excited about the season, and then share their experiences and successes. Can you go to the next slide, please? Thank you. So next, I'd like to update you briefly on our larger paid R3 efforts, which is the recruitment, retention, and reactivation of hunters, anglers, trappers, and shooting sports participants. So for fall, we focus on deer hunters. And as a reminder from past years, this paid campaign runs concurrently with a separate hunter safety campaign. And both of those happen not just on social media, but as digital ads on websites, advertorial content in various publications, gas pump ads, radio ads, and more across Wisconsin. So this year we handled things a little bit differently for this campaign, taking all content creation and ad placement in-house instead of using a third-party vendor. This gave us about 1/3 of our budget back to put into our media buys to reach even more hunters across the state. So looking first at the hunter recruitment effort, we set a theme of hunt for food and used what is called advertorial or long-form content or articles published in various media outlets across the state to recruit people to try hunting as a new food source. We felt like to get people hunting takes a little bit more connection than just like a banner ad. So we thought that using longer form content to kind of explain more of the why behind you would want to start hunting would be a good tactic for us. And so we wanted to try it this year. So these articles generated just over 15,000 page views, and the accompanying banner ads generated over 6 million impressions. Can you go to the next slide, please? Thank you. On the hunter safety side of this campaign, we had a more diverse mix of ad placements that included in-game graphics at 4 Green Bay Packer games. So you can see an example on the slide above. And we strategically chose a collection of 4 Packer games that included the November 23rd game on opening day of the gun deer season, which was also when the Packers played the Vikings. So a lot of reach there for Wisconsin and Minnesota hunters who come to Wisconsin to hunt. The graphics displayed next to the scoreboard and then throughout the concourse, and they featured a ref signaling a safety while wearing a blaze orange vest and hat. We had to get kind of creative with our content here as we could not show a firearm under the Packers rules. So we had to really put our thinking caps on here, and this is what we came up with. Other new media placements this year included gas pump ads at Quick Trips and other gas stations across the state. So you can see that's the bottom screenshot there. We also had digital and in-mailer ads with Fleet Farm, and then we had ads on the AccuWeather app and website, which is the last screenshot on the presentation. This year, our campaign ads across all of those placements were viewed an estimated 10 million times. One last thing we tried this year was a push notification on the onX app. If you're not familiar, onX is a smartphone app that hunters use to find and navigate hunting land, and we know many, many Wisconsin hunters use it. So on our behalf, for no cost, onX sent out a push notification or like a message to all of their users in Wisconsin on September 12th, ahead of the archery season. And they reached more than 107,000 hunters with a simple message to remember the rules of firearm and tree stand safety. We wanted to send another one ahead of the gun deer season, but onX ran into some difficulties and were unable to send it, but it was still exciting to see this very concise and direct message reach so many hunters. So to wrap things up, the DNR's Office of Communications was busy with deer season once again. But in 2025, with an experienced and enthusiastic team, we handled it better than ever. So I'm really proud of the work that our team did, and most importantly, the service excellence we provided the public and the teamwork we had with other staff throughout the agency. That is it for me, and I will pass things over to Chief Krieger. Thanks.
Welcome, Casey.
Thank you. Chair Schmidt, Secretary Young, other members of the Natural Resources Board. I am Casey Krieger. I'm the Division Administrator and Chief Warden for the Division of Public Safety and Resource Protection. I'll jump on the bandwagon as well and just stress the collaboration and teamwork across the state to pull off this 9-day gun deer season is just tremendous. And I'd be remiss not to talk about the agency staff as well as the public, our hunter safety instructors that are vital to the safety of our hunting public, as well as all of our sheriff's departments, state troopers, police departments that help facilitate kind of the huge move across our landscape in November when it comes to the gun deer season. So truly, as others have mentioned, we would not be successful without those partnerships. All right, I'll see if I can figure this thing out. All right. I'll start off with hunter education. Hunter education and safety for 2025. We did unfortunately have one fatal incident in Fond du Lac County, and obviously for us, one is too many. Our heart goes out to the family and folks and friends that knew that particular hunter. It was a self-inflicted injury. So we did unfortunately have one fatal. I think it's important to note that out of the last couple of years that we've really been tracking all this, 6 of the last 10 years have been fatal-free. So hunting with the vast numbers of folks, as was alluded to earlier, 792,000 licensed people to be out on the landscape at one time is just tremendous. And to have one fatality is remarkable. And as we advertise in our programs in our hunter educational classes, safe hunting is no accident. A lot of intentionality and a lot of effort by our public, our hunters, all those folks that I mentioned before to make that successful. Just a tremendous track record.
I'd like to get into and just highlight that we had 21,988 new hunter ed students certified. So those will be new hunters potentially on the landscape for us. And we offered almost 761 courses to perform that. Pretty neat. We also had 382 new instructors that we brought on board to help us carry the mail with regards to hunter safety and education across the state. And again, as mentioned, the partnership with the Office of Communications has been tremendous in outreach. Just a side story, I was on my personal time at a Quick Trip gas pump, and my particular screen was talking about the deal that they had on bananas and other things, but the person behind me, all of a sudden, here comes our ad up, and he was staring at it, and then I looked at him, he's like, sweet. And I'm like, he had no idea who even I was. So you just never know what's going to make somebody just think one more time before they're headed out or what. So just really applaud our Office of Communications as well as our RSOS Bureau for their innovative thinking and always looking for new venues and opportunities to reach our public. Shifting into recruitment, R3 recruitment, retention, and reactivation for 2025. Our folks there, we have a very small cadre of folks that are really trying to tackle a monstrosity of a challenge to get more and more folks introduced into the outdoors. It was really neat. They were able to lift off the ground 24 new programs and events to get people into hunting and recreating outdoors that weren't participating in the past. Some of those things included how to process your own deer. One of the things that we took feedback from our public is they wanted to participate, but they didn't want things to go to waste. And they wanted to know how to utilize those things on their own accord. And so we've worked with our meat processors, and they help actually instruct those courses because there's such a need. And they take in tremendous amount of product and are happy to share their skills with folks so they can process their own deer. We also put on different programs on how to cook and process that so folks can utilize the resource that they were able to take. I also wanted to highlight a really neat partnership and program we have. That's the National Archeries in the School program, or NASP. And we had our state tournament. We had 1,600 archers that participated in that. And NASP has really grown across Wisconsin, and just a really neat way to introduce kids in schools to archery, knowing that not all of them will maybe turn out to be hunters, but there are certainly folks that never thought they'd ever hunt that got into the NASP program, learned how to archery hunt, and then came to us later in life. So it's a really cool piece that our folks do. Other really neat programs that get at trying to connect that bridge between our landowners and our hunters. Raised at Full Draw is a partnership that we have, and we worked with them and landowners in Shawano County to offer bow hunting for deer for folks that had not experienced that, to help landowners with their deer populations and give people a really neat opportunity to hunt private lands. And also want to give a big shout out to some of the Adams County residents that provided their hunting land as opportunities for some adult antlerless hunting opportunities, teaching adult citizens on how to hunt and then provide that hunting opportunity on their private lands, which I think is just a really cool pay it forward event by some of our Adams County residents. Finally, I'll wrap up into kind of the numbers. The law enforcement statistics that we had for the 2025 9 days. Again, this is just 9 days. We had 10,507 patrol contacts, 1,359 calls for service, and 570 hotline tips. So the calls for service, that was an increase from last year, as well as the hotline tips were an increase from last year. So what's so important about those numbers for me personally, the patrol contacts, our folks are out there doing the work. Those other two statistics show how the public is welded to us in doing our job, and we could not do it without our public stepping with us every bit of the way, alerting us when they're seeing things, seeing something, saying something. All those partnerships, I can't stress enough, the Warden Service would be unsuccessful without our citizenry welded right to us each step of the way. So I'll speak for my staff when I say that they're greatly appreciative of the landowners, the hunters, the public that assist them in their duties out there. And then finally, the common violations that folks reported in, licensing violations, So purchasing the wrong license or not having the appropriate license for where they're hunting. Again, probably at the top, illegal baiting and feeding still occupies a lot of the complaints coming in, a lot of our officers' time out there. And we're hearing kind of the same rationale for illegal baiting. I have to do it because my neighbor does it, or I don't see deer unless I do it. And it's interesting, folks aren't combative or argumentative with the citation. They just, to them, it's almost a cost of business. And so our staff spent a lot of time explaining the biological repercussions of that. And then some of the firearm infractions, loaded guns and vehicles, ATVs, UTVs, reminding folks of the laws there are kind of those top three. So I'll wrap up by saying overall, what was really also pretty neat is hearing in from all regions of the state that the hunter attitude was very positive. Even groups of hunters that didn't see a lot of deer. It seems to just over the last 5 to 6 years, people have really started to realize what hunting is all about and cherishing the opportunity and the memories and the traditions more so than, you know, what you throw on the back of the truck or put in the freezer. So it's been kind of neat. And to hear our wardens come back and say overall attitude was really great, I thought was pretty neat. So that's what I had from PSRP. With that, I'll pass it over to Ryan.
Welcome, Ryan.
Thank you, Chair Schmidt, Secretary Young, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Ryan Heffley, and I am the acting deer program specialist for the wildlife program. I'm here to talk to you today and give an overview of the harvest summary from the 2025 deer season. Obviously, a lot of discussion has already gone into all the hard work behind the scenes that our staff do. And again, very thankful for the work that goes to then culminate in the harvest for an opportunity for our hunters. As you know, 2025 ushered in significant changes for deer management in Wisconsin, with the Northern Forest Zone switching from county-based units to habitat-based units to try and help better manage deer populations that varied across the counties in response to what we were hearing from our constituents. It also saw the Central Forest Zone decrease in size as areas with higher deer populations and more productive areas were included and converted into the Central Farmland Zone. The map you see was the resulting season framework for the 2025 season with those new DMUs. A special highlight is to look at the farmland zones in all of the counties that are highlighted in a color. And those are counties that elected to hold the holiday hunt in the extended archery and crossbow season, which extend hunting opportunities into December and January. That was very important for our harvest overall. This table shows our preliminary registration totals by each season that was offered in 2025. As you can see, every season was well above the 5-year average for our harvest this year, with the exception of the 9-day gun season, which Jeff Pritzel gave an overview for all of you in December about. A special note is if you look at our later seasons, the muzzleloader season, December antlerless, and the holiday hunt, all of these seasons had significantly higher harvests compared to the 5-year average, upwards of the holiday hunt even having 76% above the 5-year average. And when we look at that, a lot of that we think is due to the hunting conditions that were on the landscape at that time. We had those snowstorms at the end of the 9-day gun season that provided statewide snow cover. And our hunters were really able to take advantage of those conditions in those later seasons. And that was really important for getting our antlerless harvest up, especially when we look at all of the counties that offered those late season opportunities. It also, I think, helps tell the story of how a lot of our hunting harvest can be condition-based. When conditions are good, we still have the capacity to get out there and really have excellent harvest conditions. But the counter to that is when conditions aren't as good, it can also bring down our harvest, which we don't have a lot of control over most of the time. Another highlight to look at is the continued increase in the crossbow harvest. You can see it's substantially above the 5-year average as well. And that's just a continuation of what we've been seeing over the last 5 to 10 years as crossbows become more and more common and our harvest shifts earlier into the season with that. At the end of all the seasons, this will have the highest statewide buck harvest since 2007 and the highest overall harvest since 2012. So all in all, our harvest numbers were definitely strong and the strongest we've seen in a couple decades. A lot of times we like to see how harvests occurred across the state, and we usually give a zone by zone comparison for that. With the significant changes to the DMUs and zone boundaries, we're really not able to do that right now. So what we're presenting is this map, which identifies the harvest density of deer harvested per square mile. And presenting this helps try to provide some kind of comparison and account for the difference in DMU sizes to actually see how the harvest went across all the various DMUs across the state. A couple of key takeaways that we have from this map is the exceptionally strong harvest in the central farmland zone, with multiple counties coming in at over 10 deer harvested per square mile. This was led by Marquette County that had over 16 deer harvested per square mile, which is just really strong, robust harvest in that area. Additionally, on the northern side of the central farmland zone, we had 5 new central farmland zones created as a result of the change of the northern forest boundary. That included Washburn, Burnett, Taylor, Lincoln, and Langlade. All of these areas had significantly different habitat, more agricultural land in the southern parts of those counties, and they were for this year included in the central farmland zone. And as you can see, 3 of those 5 actually had harvest densities above 10 deer per square mile. So that just highlights how this change potentially helped affect some of the local management, because historically these areas had concern of putting too many tags in those areas, knowing there was higher deer populations, but worried it would impact the other parts of the county that were in the more forested and different habitat types. And obviously the big question that we're going to get a lot in what's going on is, well, how did the new DMUs perform in the north? And I think obviously this is just 1 year of data, and it's starting to build a new data set as we look forward, but we saw a lot of what we expected. When you look at some of the units, for example, units 115 and 116 in the central part of the northern forest zone. 115 had a harvest density of 3.4 deer per square mile, whereas 116 had a harvest density of 1.8. Both of these units contain a significant part of Price County, where in the past we had heard those concerns of different deer densities across the county. Preliminarily, that tells us, yes, we were able to identify different harvest trends, but also it shows that the CDACs likely felt more comfortable applying more opportunity and harvest in the areas that had higher deer densities. You can look up by the Apostle Islands in Bayfield County, units 103 and 106, again, mostly in Bayfield County split, but you have about double the harvest density in unit 106, which just kind of highlights the preliminary effects of that change that we had made. These maps show the exact same harvest density, it's just broken out by bucks or antlered deer on the left and antlerless harvest on the right. It tells a lot of the same trends that I talked about for the other map, I think, but it helps reiterate that fact that in some areas in the northern forest zone, CDACs felt the ability based on the herd to be able to put more opportunity and more harvest or more tags for antlerless deer out there. If you look at the far northeast corner of the state, units 125 and 124, for an example, Unit 125 had 3 times the harvest density of antlerless deer as 124. That unit boundary splits Florence County in half. And so what used to be one county struggling with that balance of how do we manage that, now we're seeing that for this first year, they felt they had the tools to at least address those differences in harvest rates. Moving on to our CWD operations. For the 2025 CWD year, we had roughly 18,000 deer submitted to be tested, and this is relatively static and has been for the last 2 to 3 years. For the first time, though, we did have over 2,000 deer come back testing positive. So we are seeing a continued increase of CWD positive tests on the landscape. For our hunters, we were able to provide the same opportunity to get their deer tested, as we had 242 sampling locations spread across the state. And then we were also able to offer our dumpster disposal program to try and encourage responsible carcass disposal. We did have a few less dumpsters on the landscape, and they were on the landscape for a shorter amount of time. And that's because of the increasing costs of that program, and that's funded with a USDA grant. So we're trying to match our funding to be able to funding with the costs that come with that program. When we look at our deer donation program for the second year in a row, we had an increase in the number of participating processors. So we're up to 58 processors across 41 counties. And from our preliminary reports, we've got about 75% of the reports in, and processors have till the end of March to submit their final reports. But we've already seen over 1,300 deer donated through the program. And based on this number, which we already have reporting for, this is already a 21% increase over what we had donated last year. And so we have seen a pretty good, strong response to an increase in donation. And a lot of that is credit to increased outreach and education and trying to expand awareness and engagement in that program. We did additional media releases, media interviews, some social media, and then all of this actually kind of accumulated with Governor Evers actually signing a proclamation naming November 2025 as the Wild Game Meat Donation Month. And so that kind of all went into trying to bring more awareness and more participation into that deer donation program. And preliminarily, it looks like we did have some increased ones that we're hoping to build off of. Additionally, we were able to add Brown County to the Deer Donation Partners Program. So we now have 4 counties involved in that program. And that's a program for counties that don't have participating processors, where we work with partners and volunteers. They identify a secure drop-off site. Those partners and volunteers are then willing to collect those deer that are dropped off and transport them to the nearest participating one. And so it's a program that's been starting and slowly starting to grow. So in summary, our deer license sales were stable. We had another overall safe hunting season. Unfortunately, we did have that one tragedy that Chief Krieger mentioned. Overall, our harvest was up 6% from our 5-year average. It'll be the highest buck harvest since 2007, the highest overall harvest since 2012. CWD samples are static, but our number of positives continue to increase. And we did see that increased number of deer donated through the deer donation program. Overall, a lot of great positive things coming out of the 2025 deer season that we're hopeful will set us up for a successful 2026. With that, I appreciate your time and letting me present today, and we'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
So I'll open it up to the board for questions.
Good, Bill. Always interested about deer stuff, huh? I was curious about the Adams County, Casey, that program. Is that something that the National Deer Association started, or how does one find out more information about that and try to duplicate something like that kind of a program?
Yeah, that was a partnership. Well, we had the 201 was in Shawano County. That was raised at full draw. The Adams County one, I'll have to find out exactly who our partners were in that. Because in my note here, I just have Adams County and what they were doing there with late antlerless deer hunting. But I know we were in partnership there. Our R3 program was in partnership with somebody to pull that off. So I can get that to the board.
Yeah, it sounds like a neat program that would be neat to duplicate elsewhere. So
yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Yep.
I just had one thing I just wanted to, in the marketing part of everything, just smart use of interdepartmental expertise doing their in-house ads and saving money that way. That's really good use of the budget, and then, helping our own PR stuff. That's great.
Bill?
Question for Ryan. Ryan, you mentioned this very briefly in your remarks, having to do with the revised DMU boundaries in the northern part of the state. And I just would ask you for maybe a little more detailed comment on this. To me, the important part up there is, are these new boundaries accepted by the county deer advisory committees? And do they believe they've got good tools? I don't expect to see the numbers change dramatically in the short term. But to me, it's the issue of public confidence and people that are satisfied that they've got adequate tools to be able to influence deer numbers up there.
Absolutely. I think in talking with our staff in the north, I think the one common theme I've heard is it was pretty quiet. And so we haven't gotten a lot of pushback. There's been a lot of great stories of positive interactions regarding those changes. And I think a lot of the questions that you're getting at are going to be answered in the next coming months, because we're starting off our CDAC schedule. The CDACs are being formed for all of those units and providing them with the data and information to see where we go. So I think once we get that established and start moving forward, that'll tell us a lot more about the tools, if they feel they have the tools they need, and what's going on in those conversations. They're just getting started.
Okay, thank you.
Does anybody online have any questions? Doug or Deb?
No questions, Chair,
No.
but I think a note on the safety front, how well we've done with our hunter safety program, being a hunter safety instructor, you can see the improvements, you can see the attention, and obviously the results are speaking for themselves. So congratulations to everybody on those safety results. It's pretty amazing when there's that many hunters in the field.
Chair, if I may.
Yes, please.
I should know, Jeff, my staff have me prepared. I'm just not prepared. I wrote it in my notes. So if you wouldn't mind, I'll just read you a sentence that they provided me. Regarding this Adams County, as a result, the DNR, the National Deer Association, and Becoming an Outdoors Woman have developed a firearm deer hunting program for adults that are new to deer hunting. And it goes into everything they cover. So the Department of Natural Resources, the National Deer Association, and Becoming an Outdoors Woman, to answer your question.
Thank you.
Yep. Thanks, Chair.
I have a question for Ryan, I think. So you had touched on this. It seems to me like the success of the deer season is so heavily reliant upon the good hunting conditions. And that you noted that towards the end of the season, that statewide snowfall made a huge difference for people's interest in hunting and the success of those who did hunt. Is there any way to put any statistics into, like, what is the correlation between weather and hunting success? Like, are you able to track if we didn't have that snow, what would it have been? I'm curious because it's hard to compare year to year when that seems to be the overriding factor in terms of participation and success.
Yeah, and I don't know that there's statistics. You can look at weather conditions and how it was, but I don't know if there's any direct correlation we can actually look at with the data we have. I think part of it, in the talk, I mentioned comparing the harvest to a 5-year average. A lot of times we compare to the previous year, and we know that these year-to-year variations, that may be hunting conditions, it may be the timing of the gun season, all these things that can actually drive and impact our harvest. I think that's a purposeful thing to compare to a 5-year average, to try to take and get some of that variability more stabilized. So when we're making comparisons to how things are going, we don't get the extremes wrapped up into that. It's an average and over time to try and get it. Because I don't know if there's any statistics or any data that we have to try and quantify what you talk.
Okay. So if you could work on one thing over the next year, it would be working with the weather gods.
We can try that.
Snow dance and all else that has to be done. Bill?
Just a comment to that discussion. Heard from a number of people on the boards, received some communication from people, again, with the annual discussion of deer seasons. And one of the common themes is, do we have a longer season? Longer seasons are one way to even out some of the ebbs and flows of Mother Nature, because you've got a broader period of time to get past the snowstorm or the heat or the unusual weather, and it is another way to kind of even things out. I'm sure there's going to be continuing discussion about that, but it's another factor that really helps deal with the weather issue.
For sure, and I think that's part of the trend that you're seeing with the crossbows, honestly, of they're getting out and they know there's better opportunity. Archery season runs fairly longer in the earlier parts of better weather, and that's probably part of why we're seeing that.
Mm-hmm.
Any other comments or questions? I would just say I really appreciate the way this presentation was put together, because there's so much behind the scenes work that gets done. The folks from licensing and sales do a fabulous job of really being the face of the DNR for those people who are struggling or looking to get their license or trying to understand the regulations. Law enforcement from a safety perspective, they're just top-notch wardens who are out there who are building community relations. It's really important. Andy and her team with all of the communications that goes on. It's just amazing to see how effective and efficient they are and how creative they are. So kudos to everybody. And for you in this acting position, it's a tough act to follow, Jeff. So thank you for that. Just very, very good season.
And also the customer service numbers. My goodness,
Wow.
how positive.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
I always hear it's bad shells, Robin, that makes the, whether, if you don't get a deer or not, it's a.
Nice. Yes,
Got a box of whole bad shells,
that's right. That's right. Right. That's like my fishing lures. All right. So, Secretary Yen, we will turn this over to you for a department secretary's map.
Great. First on my list are retirement recognitions, and apropos to the previous discussion, I get to recognize Jeff Pritzel, who was with the department for 38 years. Jeff's career began in the summer of 1987 at the Mead Wildlife Area. In 1990, he was hired as part of the wildlife biologist recruitment class. Jeff went on to lead the cormorant management team, which was tasked with reducing the Lake Michigan cormorant population by 50% under a gubernatorial directive. Throughout his career, Jeff completed numerous habitat projects and built strong connections with both internal staff and the public. His dedication and collaborative spirit led to his promotion as the Northeast District Wildlife Supervisor, a role he served in until 2021. He then transitioned to the position from which he now retires, the Wildlife Management Deer Specialist. Jeff was an excellent mentor who led with integrity, honesty, passion, trust, and empathy. From the start of his career, Jeff was committed to giving back more than he would take, and we are grateful for his many years of dedicated service. The second person is John Morris of 35 years. John served as a hydrogeologist and supervisor for the Waste and Materials Management Program, working out of the Spooner and Eau Claire offices. Prior to joining the DNR, John dedicated 13 years of service to the Department of Agriculture, Trade, and Consumer Protection. John spoke highly of his work at the DNR and in the waste program, noting the variety of responsibilities and the fact that the work was never boring. Throughout his career, he approached his role with a commitment to helping others navigate and comply with regulations, offering practical suggestions and options to guide them toward compliance. John was an active member of numerous DNR teams with a particular focus on sediment, dredging, and groundwater issues. In retirement, John looks forward to spending time with his wife, daughter, son-in-law, and friends while enjoying fishing, hunting, gardening, and tackling projects around the house. We're grateful for John's work and commitment to the department. And lastly, Darren Kuhn of 30 years. Darren began his career in January 1998 with the Division of Public Safety and Resource Protection. Throughout his career, Darren served in multiple station assignments, including Green Bay Marine Enforcement, Recreation Warden, Specialized Boat Operations, and Mission Ready teams. Darren was an influential instructor across numerous disciplines, including vehicle operation contacts, seated field sobriety transition, tactical operations, pursue and stop boat search and rescue, and the National Safe Boating Council's Close Quarter and Open Waters Operations course. He was also recognized as the agency's subject matter expert on all things boating and was a trusted leader and mentor who consistently prioritized officer safety through high standard training. He concluded his career as the department's boating law administrator, leading statewide boating safety and enforcement, and we're grateful for his many years of providing outstanding public service. So I request the board's approval of these recognitions of these over 100 years of service of these three gentlemen.
Yeah.
Someone, do you want a motion for that?
Sure, that'd be great.
I so move.
Jeff moves. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Bill. Any additional conversation?
No, I just reckon, 100 years there, that's a lot of service.
Yep.
for.
Mhm. And for only three people.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, we will take a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes, and congratulations.
Great, thank you
Well
very
done.
much.
Yeah.
The second thing is real estate transactions. Are there any questions on any of the real estate transactions? Great. And the last thing, I don't have much more to remark on. I just wanted to thank everybody for coming in. Robin, for your first meeting as chair, and Rachel as your first meeting as vice chair. I'm just always so impressed by, especially particularly the last couple things we were talking about, where there's cross-department work that's happening with external partners and the public to really make an impact on several things that matter to the state in terms of conservation or clean water, things that we should be working on together. So we just appreciate your support of the staff and their work, because it's really incredible. It takes a lot of meaningful time and investment to pursue those types of activities across the state. And I'll turn it back to you, Robin.
Thank you. We'll move on to board members' matters. The first item is board member spring hearing questions. And I would ask if you have a question that you'd like to have included as part of the spring hearing, that we bring that up now. Is Rachel on? Okay, okay. So Rachel and I have kind of worked on 2 questions, but I want to see if anybody else has questions that they'd like to offer before I do that.
I have one that I'd like to see the if they would support an increase in the trout stamp from the current 2000 current it's $10 and it's been that way since 2006, I believe, and an increase of $6. Yeah.
And did Rachel submit an updated question with that included? Because I thought that was the intent.
I don't see it on this.
You don't, it's not on this handout. So Jeff, could I ask, why don't we hold that for just a second?
Yep.
And then we can add that when I bring this up to this first question, because it's in sync with
Right.
what is happening there.
Very good.
Okay. Bill, did you have a question or?
No, my interests are more than covered by the ones that are already being proposed.
Great.
Thank you.
Yep. So Ashley, can you put this up on the screen? Because it's a lot of words. Words are good, but we have 2 questions with respect to funding. The first set of questions relate to license fee increases. And should I read this? Is that the protocol? Ask. I'll read it. State conservation work across the nation is funded from a wide variety of sources, including sales taxes, income taxes, lottery funds, and real estate transfer fees and user fees from hunting, fishing, and trapping licenses or stamps. In Wisconsin, funding for conservation work completed by wildlife management, fisheries management, and conservation law enforcement in Wisconsin comes from 2 primary sources: state hunting, fishing, and trapping license fees, and grants from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife and from Wildlife Restoration, Pittman-Robertson Act, and Sports Fish Restoration, the Dingell-Johnson Act grants. Wildlife restoration grants are collected through federal excise tax on firearms and ammunition, and the sport fish restoration funds are collected from an excise tax on fishing equipment and small portion of gasoline fuel. In general, most fishing, hunting, and trapping fees are lower in Wisconsin than in adjacent states. Most license fees have not been increased since 2005, 22 years ago, and while inflation alone has increased costs by 66% since the last major fee increase, by not increasing fees to offset inflation, operating expenses now outpace license fee collections. In addition, sales of hunting licenses have also been declining, a trend seen across the country, and fishing license sales have been remained static. Specifically, the number of resident deer gun hunters has declined from more than 610,000 in the early 2000s to fewer than 580,000 in recent years. Not only has the purchasing power of our license revenue declined, but so has the total dollar amount. From 2005 to 2022, the department has pieced together budgets by taking advantage of strong federal funding for wildlife management, reorganizing programs and holding positions vacant, reduced staffing, reduced fish and wildlife projects, for example, reduced pheasant stocking rates, reduced fish stocking rates, and reduced habitat management on state properties, and implementing restrictive management of program budgets. In 2023 and 2025, supplemental funding was provided through a transfer of funds from the forestry account. However, since 2019, revenue has continued to decline, resulting in a structural deficit in the fish and wildlife account. With respect to license fee increases, the questions are as follows. Do you support increasing hunting, fishing, and trapping fees to account for the 66% inflation rate over the last 22 years to bring back the levels of funding for wildlife management, fisheries management, and/or conservation law enforcement activities to bring the levels of funding in line with current economic conditions? Second question, do you support increasing hunting, fishing, and trapping license fees by 25% to support wildlife management, fisheries management, and conservation law enforcement activities? The third question, do you support increasing hunting, fishing, and trapping license fees by 50% to support wildlife management, fisheries management, and conservation law enforcement activities? The fourth question, do you support increasing hunting, fishing, and trapping license fees by 75% to support wildlife management, fisheries management, and conservation law enforcement activities? Fifth question, do you support a one-time increase in hunting, fishing, and trapping license fees to address the current budget shortfall, making license fees more comparable to other Midwestern states with legislation that would establish smaller increases biannually based on the annual rate of inflation, subject to approval by the Natural Resources Board and the Joint Finance Committee? The sixth question, if additional funding sources are not realized, will the continued reduction in funding and consequently the reduction in services, fish and pheasant stocking, habitat management on public lands, and fish and game enforcement, impact your participation in wildlife and fisheries activities in Wisconsin? So Jeff, I would be happy to add a seventh question, which would be, would you support an increase in the trout stamp fee?
Inland waters trout stamp.
Inland?
Yeah.
Thank you. From the current rate of $10 to $16.
Yes.
And that's an annual.
Yes. Yep.
Just going to write it down so I get it right here.
It was actually, that was actually submitted in 2019 and it was approved. But when it came to the legislative, it got dropped.
Within the Conservation Congress. Okay. Yeah, I'm happy to do that. And I can get that typed up in here for Ashley. And then the second question relates to alternative funding for conservation efforts. There's a direct connection between outdoor recreation and access to Wisconsin's natural resources, the way we enjoy them, and the economic health and overall well-being of our state and its residents. With more than 15,000 lakes, 84,000 miles of rivers and streams, and 6 million acres of public land, the opportunities to enjoy our natural resources are vast. Access to public outdoor recreational areas is important to individuals beyond the traditional hunting, fishing, and trapping communities, and is especially important to the tourism industry in Wisconsin. While funding from license sales for hunting, fishing, and trapping does help enhance access to the outdoors for these purposes, there are insufficient funds for effectively managing broader conservation programs such as trail development, fish and wildlife stocking programs, and other conservation activities. Ensuring adequate resources are available to maintain and improve access to outdoor recreational activities throughout the state is the focus of the following questions. As background, the average Wisconsin resident and visitor pays sales tax at the current rate of 5%. Wisconsin has a low sales tax burden, ranked 42nd when compared with other states. The sales tax rates in adjacent states are 6.875% in Minnesota, 6% in Michigan, and 6.25% in Illinois. The state's tourism industry has generated a record $25.8 billion in total economic impact in 2024, which included a record 114.4 million visitors to Wisconsin from other states and nation. Sales tax are a way to ensure that both residents and visitors contribute to a funding mechanism. In Minnesota, a similar sales tax increase of 0.00375, 3/8 of 1%, generates about $145 million for conservation efforts. So the questions are as follows. 1, do you support a dedicated small increase in the sales tax of 1/8 of 1%, similar to Minnesota and Missouri, to be used to fund general conservation programs, including wildlife management, fisheries management, and/or conservation law enforcement activities? Question 2, do you support using general tax revenue to reimburse the value of free or reduced license fees currently in place, which is approximately $20 million? Third question, do you support charging an access fee similar to the fees for a state park sticker for state parks for all users of public lands, including fishery, wildlife, and state natural areas? The access fee would be specifically directed to fund costs associated with habitat management, public access, and associated infrastructure such as parking lots and boat landings. The fourth question, do you support requiring non-motorized watercraft such as canoes, kayaks, and stand-up paddleboards to be registered with fees used for outdoor recreation activities, including wildlife management, fisheries, and/or conservation law enforcement activities? So those are the question that we will be submitting relating to fees and charges. Thank you for your time and letting me read through those. Okay, board member matters. Doug Cox, you're first on the list.
Hey, I'm first. Thanks, Chair. First thing is good job, Robin. You did well. Keep it up. I'm confident you're gonna carry us through the year very well. And again, thanks, Bill, for all the service that you did in your terms. My first one was a carryover from the last meeting when we heard a lot about the wildlife killing contests and some work that I did in follow-up of some of that information and concerns that I had. So talking to folks, some of the presenters that we heard from, looking at the information that's out there, looking at some of the videos, the Project Coyote and other videos are pretty stark. And if you haven't seen them, take a look, take some time and research some of this stuff. It's pretty, for me, it's pretty alarming. I've been in natural resource management for about 35 years and haven't ever seen anything like this. I'm shocked I haven't ran across it ever until now, which still amazes me. And looking at it is just shocking. And I think the non-ethical component of it probably hits the hardest. We need to really look at it in a light that it's mistreatment of animals, which is what I believe it is. But not just my career in natural resource management, but as a tribal member in our tribal culture, it's just insulting to see the way these animals are being treated and wasted. It's just something that I can't grasp. So looking at it in looking at options, I don't know. I mean, if you look at the legislative history of this thing, the Conservation Congress history of this thing, it goes nowhere. And it's befuddling how it doesn't go anywhere. And I think there's some options that this board has to address this issue. That there hasn't been, I don't think, an emergency rule brought out of this board in many, many years. I think the last one was related to wolves, but that's an option I think we need to explore. I think we need to do this, and something that to me is a no-brainer. But that's where I'm at with it. So, I think between now and probably the next meeting, I'd like to entertain how we can move this thing through an emergency rule out of this board if there's support. But that's my thinking on the wildlife killing contests. It's funny because sometimes when you hear things, and sometimes when you learn things and you've never experienced them before, and all of a sudden you start seeing it pop up around, and I've seen it pop up around, notices for these contests, and I'm like, how did I ever miss those? And even at the local restaurant about a week ago, the wife and I were sitting just eating lunch, and there was a booth next to us with 3 hunters in that booth, and they weren't ashamed to speak loud enough for us to hear them talk about a contest that was held up north that included somebody shooting at a wolf and them just admitting that, oh man, we better go check for tracks and cover up those tracks in case that wolf was wounded. It's just hard to fathom people acting that way and in just outwardly almost joking about it. So yeah, it needs attention in my mind. The other one is what we heard today on the wind turbine project. And again, without looking back at statutes for DNR, I don't know if DNR handles the environmental impacts on those, or if it's the Public Service Commission that does that. It sounds like public service, but if EISs aren't being done on projects that big with potentially that much impact, and these exclusion zones just being ignored, I think those should be looked at. And if the state doesn't have the ability to undertake them EISs, we need to find a way to get Public Service Commission to pay attention to better studies on the potential impacts of wind turbine projects of that size. It's no secret that wind turbines impact migratory birds. That information's out there already. It's pretty well known. But the other things we heard from all the speakers today just on that project is something I think we need to look a little closer at. So I think that was it. I probably took up enough time. So thanks, Chair.
You're welcome, Doug. Thank you. You always have very good insights, so thanks. Next on our list is Deb. What do you think, Deb?
Thanks, Chair Schmidt. Nice job on your debut.
Thanks.
I just want to say one thing about Doug's comments. Right after our last meeting, I had an opportunity to talk with my state senator, Jody Habush-Sinekin, and she is 100% in agreement that this is a stain on our state. So just know that we are out doing our work. And we'll also want to thank Mike Thompson and Katie Pradle for helping me again with some issues we have down here with decisions that have been made on a pond and also on the AI Center. And I also appreciate the fact that I was able to Zoom in today. Our former Vice Chair, Board Member Marcy West had invited me to the 40th anniversary of the Natural Resource Foundation of Wisconsin last night at the Schlitz Audubon Center. It was a great event. Got to talk to a lot of people. The executive director had a really good shout out to the DNR, David Clutter, who I'm sure a lot of you know. But it was just a nice event. Looking forward to the PBS collaborations, and again underscores how important all of these volunteer organizations are across the state with making sure the missions, the things the DNR wants to do gets done. So thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Deb. Jeff, you're up next.
Yeah, thank you. To the national or the annual Trout Unlimited meeting in Oshkosh a couple weeks ago, just to kind of stay in touch with that group. Continue to work with the deer donation program. It was nice to see the numbers increase. And also became a member of the National Deer Association. That group is really trying to pick up the pace on the deer donation, and a lot of collaboration with different counties and how things have been successful. That's why I was interested from Casey how that came about in Adams County. I can easily see that being duplicated in some of the southwest counties. So excited to hear about that. To become better understanding of the whole Conservation Congress process, I entered a question for the spring hearings that will happen in April. And I'm currently working with a member of the Conservation Congress to better write my question, I guess, is how to answer questions on that. So I'll be attending the April meetings and maybe there to answer any questions I have on my question. And then I plan on going to the state meetings in May too, to learn more about that. Also, I appreciate all the citizen input we had today. Boy, what an education we received, and really appreciate the dedication of those folks to educate themselves and condense all their comments into 3 minutes, with a lot of good information. And wonder as a board member how we can, what can we do to make sure that those impact statements get, move forward. That seemed to be the bottom line from everybody that we heard today, is that, this is a sensitive area, and that the environmental impact statement needs to be conducted and it wasn't, and what we can do as a board member to, you know, move that process along. So I'd be curious to know what we can do with that. And maybe Doug, the other, you know, with your, I was also interested in the contest that were being held. I was amazed too. I'm like, where have I been? You know, that I haven't heard about, you know, these things. These are the kind of things that you think, might you surely hear about this kind of stuff, but I wasn't aware of that until we had the public input, you know, the meeting before. So you know, but we missed a lot of the information that you've acquired in this last month to come forward with something from the board. So maybe we can put that on our agenda to you know, get us all up to speed and, you know, on that. I don't know how that happens, but you know, before you come to the board with a resolution or something like that, you know, how does the board get up to speed, you know, like where you are to come to those conclusions? So, yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. Patty.
Again, in another month and another topic. And I guess I would like to learn what exactly our role is when it comes to data centers, turbines, solar, killing contests. What exactly is the role of this board in moving forward? Because every month there seems to be another, it's another critical incident. And it's always like big topics. And I just really think a definition of what our role is and what the expectations are would be really helpful, so that it doesn't get to the point where people are just frustrated with the NRB board for not, it's like, we're not legislators.
Right.
You know, we're kind of out there, but, you know, but I think somehow that we can clearly define what our roles are so people keep coming, but know what they can get from us versus, you know, the disappointment of, well, no one's doing anything. And, you know, I think the whole topic with the turbines, I mean, we know renewable energy is important, but to go ahead and, you know, possibly have this huge wind farm in the most beautiful part of the state, you can see that would be a real topic that people want to talk about it. So that's clearly we need role definition in this here. So that's my only thing. And Robin, you did a great job.
Thanks. Bill.
First of all, thank you, Robin, for a very successful transition.
Thanks for your mentoring.
After surviving today, I will sleep better tonight. Great job. I'm not going to restate some of the things people have already covered. I do agree. I think a informational presentation on the whole EIS wind farm thing would be helpful to the board, just to better understand what the project is, the department's role, and from that draw what we may or may not be able to do. I'm going to spend my board members' matters time going back to an old familiar topic that we heard more about today, and it's the issue of windsurfing. We heard some very strong and passionate testimony from people that have invested an awful lot of time and energy in this, and last month were disappointed with decisions the department made and came and testified today. I think obviously the depth of their commitment fueled the emotions in this. And we need to keep getting input from people. We need to be able to discuss these issues. But at times today, Stephen Little had the challenge of presenting the decision. It wasn't Stephen's decision. This was a department decision, and it was made by input from a number of different people. I don't want to discourage public dialogue on that. I appreciate the commitment and the emotions that are here, but I would ask people to keep this at a professional level and not drift toward personalizing it or blaming somebody for something the department has done. Sure, be critical of the department, express your emotions constructively. But the other part of this issue is, this is a complicated issue. There's an awful lot involved, and it's a big ball of yarn with a lot of different threads in it. There are things that we clearly disagree on now. The department has made decisions on some of these authority questions. They've researched it, they've used sound logic in it, and they've announced those publicly. And people are extremely disappointed in the results. Some people are. Other people grabbed on to comments from the department and either misinterpreted or misconstrued what the message was. And in some cases, people grabbed on to phrases out of context and used them in a little different fashion publicly and left people with a different impression as to what exactly happened last month. And I would just caution everybody to be cautious about that stuff. Try and seek accurate information. But the main message I've got here is over 4 years, I've been able to hear input on this, a lot of citizen input, anecdotal stories that are powerful, results from research, results from reports, benefit from the actions other states are taking to learn from that. And I'm convinced this is a very legitimate issue. It has merit, and it falls under the umbrella of the department's mission. And even though the authority is certainly unsettled and unclear, it's going to stay that way for a while. Some of this is going to require legislative action. And unless there's some overnight meeting called here, everybody that we talk to says it's not going to happen this session, but expect it to come back. So under that premise, we're not going to see this authority question clarified. But I would encourage everybody involved to continue the dialogue, continue looking for ways that we can collaborate, recognize our differences in opinion, but don't let those hold us hostage, and don't let those be a barrier to continuing to talk, look for ways to collaborate, look for ways to clarify this issue. And when I say this issue, it's really multi-sided to me. There's certainly a very big concern about unintended impacts on the resource. I've heard enough stories, I've seen enough video, I've read enough papers to believe this. I believe there are impacts to the resource. But the other side of the issue and the other side of the department's mission, in addition to protecting and restoring natural resources, is to provide outdoor opportunities for recreation. And I'm also convinced that wake surfing is a legitimate form of outdoor recreation. And the other side of the role of the department is to look for ways to provide that in a way that can be done that is not in conflict and has minimal risk to the resource. And I would encourage the department to stay engaged at a non-regulatory level for the next few months, continue the dialogue, and try and maybe clarify and sharpen some of these issues that are misinformation's going around, and continue to provide staff support to people that are working on this issue. We received in the briefings compliments on some of the work that our staff are doing on this. Very complimentary of feedback on draft ordinances and where they can be improved, where they can be changed to accomplish what the people want them to do. This isn't a position of advocacy for the department. It's a position of being a resident scientific, biological, legal expert on this that could inform people how to better proceed with what they want to try and communicate or accomplish. We also, I heard outside of the briefings today, I heard very positive comments on all the work that Michelle Knott did and taking a look at that St. Anthony study and making comments on the research, that it was scientifically valid, that it had recommendations in it that could be applied in Wisconsin. But she also qualified it, saying our individual lakes are very different from one another and probably different from the study. I just see that role as one that can be very helpful to everybody, and it can maintain a connection and to try and make progress on this issue. It's difficult, it's frustrating, but again, mission of the department is to protect and restore our natural resources. And the specifically mention our water, our land, our fish, our wildlife. All of those things are being affected. And I would just encourage everybody to keep this at a professional level, continue the dialogue, and try and make progress as we can over the next few months, and maybe set the stage for a decision-making process downstream on the issues of authority. So I'll get off my bully pulpit, my pedestal here. But at the same time, to thank everybody's work on this. This is a very important issue, and there's been a lot of work done to clarify it and to make progress where they can. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Has Rachel, I know she had a conflict during part of this meeting. Is Rachel back yet or not?
She's due back.
Okay. Okay, thanks. She did submit her board member matters comments to Ashley, so if she isn't here in time, Ashley can read them. So like, wow. Thanks for all your support. It was a great meeting to chair. And I say that in all honesty because I just really believe in the ability to hear from the public what their concerns are. And so I value the folks who came and testified. I agree with some of the comments, I think Patty in particular, about understanding what the role of the board is, but also understanding what the role of DNR is on some of these issues in general from a regulatory side of things. So I think what's great is to hear the concerns and to be able to perhaps come back with information about like what are the steps where DNR has input, what decision-making authority does DNR have, and then, you know, what is the role of the DNR as the policy board for making suggestions to the department or directing the department, however we want that. So, you know, it's we're hearing more and more of these issues. A lot of them, I think, have to do with the fact that local control has been taken away over the years, and so people at the local level don't have as much power to make decisions about land use in their areas as they might have had in the past. So that's frustrating, and it elevates things up to a statewide issue. So I appreciate the comments and support the concerns that you have, Patty. I share them in terms of like, and not wanting to disappoint the public who have legitimate concerns, but making sure they address those concerns to the appropriate people who have the ability to make changes. Appreciate that. I also wanted to, again, recognize the partnerships that we have with externals, but also I really appreciate the culture that has been ingrained into department staff, where we've seen it here today twice with amendments to rules that were coming forward. Staff go out of their way to try to work with their customers, to try to find a solution that can meet both needs. It is an open door policy. I think they've established great relationships and partnerships and trust. We don't always agree. We can't always do things what people want. But the fact that they're willing to have those discussions and find a middle ground that can work for everyone, it's just really heartening to see the progress that's been made over the decades. And it's a really great shout out to past and current leadership at the agency to continue to have that happen. The other thing I just wanted to mention is to really, okay, so back to Bill's comment with respect to wake surfing. I do think the department has a role in identifying and documenting sound science. We're a science-based agency, so where there is sound science, I think it's important to be able to reiterate that through messaging, through our website, through however it might be helpful so that things can't get misinterpreted. And I think in absence of that, people can draw their own conclusions, and there's no resource to point to that. So I encourage the department to really try to just highlight the sound science that Michelle in particular brought up some of the research studies, just to make them available to the public so that the message doesn't get taken away from us, so to speak. Lastly, I just want to say I really value, and I'm still learning as well, how the Conservation Congress works and the importance of the public input at the County Conservation Congress hearings coming up in the spring, and encourage people to go to them and hear about them and listen to the questions and provide input. It's a really important source. It's not just the hunting and fishing community, it's all citizens and all aspects of environmental issues that get addressed. So please, I encourage you to participate in and be part of the Conservation Congress. Did I talk long enough?
I don't see her back on yet.
All right, Ashley, would you be able to read Rachel's board member matters comments?
Yep. It's been another incredibly busy month. I think I've noted previously that as an engaged farmer and advocate for conservation, I'm not sure which season is busier, the summer growing season or winter meeting season. That being said, I apologize for my in-person absence today and missing a portion of the meeting. Today, I'm a farmer panelist at the Leadership for Midwestern Watersheds event in Baraboo. Next week, I'll be attending the Fox Wolf Watershed Alliance in addition to the Land and Water conferences. These meetings and events are great opportunities to collaborate and have statewide discussions regarding the impact of agriculture on water quality and our natural resources. In the last month, I was on a panel at the Fox Wolf Farmer Roundtable event, along with attending other local meetings and events. One of the coolest, most noteworthy experiences of last month was the opportunity to ride along with one of the Winnebago area wardens for the second day of the sturgeon spearing season. It was so fun. I was so impressed with the warden's respectful and friendly demeanor as we stepped into shacks and engaged with groups celebrating their fish on the ice. We visited the Lake Poygan registration station. I got to learn about the sturgeon life cycle and how they classify the sex and reproductive stage for public estimates from the DNR biologist. There were also a crew of grad students from out of state that came up to volunteer and learn. The weather was gorgeous. We visited another registration station where we ran into a couple retired wardens and a DNR staff. I really appreciated the conversations, hearing their insights and thoughts, as well as their years of service and continued participation. I also appreciated my conversations with Lieutenant Prospin throughout the day, hearing his perspectives on the constraints with staff and coverage, keeping rules up with technology, safety concerns with AT and UTVs, and thank you, Lieutenant Prospin, for his time, kindness, and commitment to service. I also want to commend Jeffrey Volz and the Office of Agriculture and Water Quality for the proposed projects and investments within nutrient loss reduction strategy. I look forward to the continued collaboration. So if you're an avid Sand County Almanac reader, you may know that the February excerpt, the Good Oak essay, referring to the spiritual dangers of not owning a farm, I like to skip ahead a bit. My dog does not care where heat comes from, but he cares ardently that it comes. And soon, indeed, he considers my ability to make it come and something magical. For when I rise in the cold, black pre-dawn, and kneel shivering by hearth making fire, he pushes himself blandly between me and the kneeling split. I have laid on the ashes, I must touch a match to them by poking it between his legs. Such faith, I suppose, is the kind that moves mountains. In the margin, I'd written reliance and trust that someone will do the important and hard work. I'm not even sure when I would have written that, but last night it made me think of my efforts to encourage folks to engage in public comment opportunities, and especially upcoming WCC spring hearings. The WCC and its Aldo Leopold legacy, and pretty special and unique to our state. I urge everyone to attend their county meetings. Many still have delegate positions open. There are some great and passionate people involved, but there could be more. I went on the DNR WCC spring hearing webpage, and I wasn't able to find the locations and other details by county. Where can that information be found? Happy spring. I can almost hear the spring sounds. The frogs and cranes come to mind first. The world breathes life again. I love it. Thanks to you all.
Nice. I appreciate Rachel sending us those comments, and I think that the information about the upcoming meetings will be on the websites shortly. So is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Moved by Patty. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Bill. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? We are adjourned. Thanks, everyone.
I think it's
Have a good day,
April
everybody.
18th,